You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Friday night, 11 p.m., August 11th, 2023. Today we are playing Suspects, subtitled Eternal Detective Claire Harper. This is the second box of Suspects. There's one more that was published last year, and then one more that's due out soon, I gather, a couple months or so. The first two star Claire Harper. That's who he's looking at here. And I've got a bit of a history with Suspects, which is what I'm hoping you all will help me with. Last year, Suspects was one of the games I picked up at Gencon with no expectations, had never heard of it. Brought it back, played it on the channel. My memory is that I played it live on the channel. Actually, I'm not sure if I played it live, but I basically played it by myself. And I liked some of the ideas, but I was skeptical, and I played a little carelessly, a little cavalierly, and I got a couple things wrong. And my review was very lukewarm on the system. But I said at the time, I'm a little concerned that my carelessness and the fact that I got a couple things wrong may have colored my review. So what I'm hoping now is that we'll play it as a group, as an experienced group, and that hopefully that will solve two things. It will keep me from making careless mistakes, but also I'm very curious to hear what you guys think of the game, so that hopefully when we talk about it and review it, I'll have a little better picture of how different people take the game. So we're going to open it, go through it. I suspect the rules are mostly unchanged, but we'll look through them together, make sure, go over it, and then we'll play the first of three cases that are in this box. They're all sort of Agatha Christie-like games, and they tend to be set in a small area, just talking to a group of people and trying to figure it out. But you'll see as we play what it's like. I normally ask when we play a game live that you keep a little pen and paper nearby to jot down thoughts you have of the game, favorite parts, least favorite parts, any game design issues. For today, that's especially important because I really do feel like I could use some second opinions on this game. All right, what else do we need to talk about before we get started? Let me just check in with the chat, make sure everyone's here and connected. I can see we've got 8 viewers so far. If you like these kinds of videos, I would love it if you would give this video a thumbs up and consider subscribing to the channel. And maybe even helping us decide what games to play next. There's a discussion thread on the Board Game Geek Guild section associated with this channel. You'll find a link to that on the YouTube About page. And you can help us decide what games to play. I've come back with Gencon, from Gencon, with a bunch of new games. And so we just got the latest Deadbolt Mystery Society behind me, Pale Horse Lake. I expect we'll play that sometime next week, but probably on very short notice. If you want to join me for that, subscribing to the channel and clicking the notifications thing is the best way to go. But we also have a growing queue of games we have to get through. Jonathan reminds us that we like to do special little marathons during the holidays, and October around Halloween, we'll be trying to play a bunch of sort of scary themed games. Maybe we'll do a week of Deadbolt Mystery Society, maybe some of the longer ones, but we also have some big long games to play, so we have lots of choices. If you stop by the Board Game Geek Guild, you can help us decide what to play. Okay, what else? Yesterday, Greg and I got together for the whole day and played Forbidden Jungle and recorded a long discussion review for about an hour and a short 10-minute before you buy it video and a playthrough that took about an hour and a half. I've just finished editing those. They'll be up sometime this weekend. Tomorrow, we'll play Case 2 of this game. Come hell or high water, good or bad, we'll be playing Case 2 tomorrow. And then on Sunday, we'll play at 3 p.m., an unusual time, but our normal time for the afternoon play by mails. We'll be playing reading the new Dear Holmes letter on Sunday. And maybe on Sunday evening, if I'm feeling brave, we'll play the 3rd chapter in Suspects. So let's open this up together and see what we got. If you're curious what I thought of Forbidden Jungle, which is the 4th game in Matt Leacock's Forbidden series, there was Forbidden Island, then Forbidden Desert, Forbidden Sky, and then Forbidden Jungle. You'll have to check out those reviews. Okay, let's take a look at what we've got here. See if it's any change. I'm a little bit concerned about this Eternal Detective. Does that mean she's investigating supernatural things? Or does it mean... I'm not sure, but let's see. 3 gripping mysteries with rich plots and elaborate characters in the style of Agatha Christie. Solo or with friends, embark on adventures with the intrepid and brilliant Claire Harper at different stages in her life, from her school days to tranquil Swiss lakes, as well as the first post-war Olympic Games. And Guillaume Montiage, he's the designer of the game and wrote the first cases. And I don't remember if Manuel Rozoy was also helping him. This is a French company and a French game originally. So here are the 3 cases. We'll be playing them in order. Shakespeare's Tears, 1921. No point in reading these. We'll read them as we play the games. You can see contents for 3 investigations, 162 large cards, 3 introduction files, 7 maps and documents, 3 solution envelopes, 1 rule book. You can see there are some extra things. There are like some diagrams. It's mostly card-based, but there are some diagrams. Okay, and what's the age and time estimates here for this? 90 minutes each case, 1 to 6 players, 10 and up. So if you do our normal multiply by 3 for the channel, that would give us, what, 4.5 hour estimate playtime. Okay, let's take a look at the rule book. We're going to have to go through it, make sure no rules have changed. It's been a year since I played the first one, so I do need a little refresher. Okay, who is Claire Harper? She was born in 1910. She's an avid reader of Agatha Christie, a world traveler, and more British than 5 o'clock tea. Oxford University admitted her after implementing quotas for female students in 1927. She followed in her father's footsteps and graduated with the key to unlocking her dreams, a degree in criminal law. Now Claire Harper investigates, observes, discovers, and thwarts. There is no mystery that is too twisted for her brilliant mind. That's too hard, no case too hard for her to crack. Claire Harper isn't just a detective, she's the very best. But we recommend you play them in chronological order, okay? So Shakespeare's Tears, 1921, 1948, 1971. I don't think the other cases, the other box was structured that way. So we're seeing her in different parts of her life. So we're going to be going to her school days. Okay. So here are the instructions. It's not even a rule booklet. It's a rule brochure. Let's go through the rules here. Take the pack of clue cards, the introduction, and the supporting documents. I guess we'll just follow this as we go. So there's our chapter 1 stuff. All of this is for Shakespeare. Okay, all of that's for Shakespeare's Tears. So here's our Shakespeare's Tears material. And if you look in the box here, you've got the 3 cases. The solution for Shakespeare's Tears, which we'll set aside, and the cards for Shakespeare's Tears. Nice, large, chunky, oversized cards, and we don't need the rest. Okay. Place the clue cards in a pile that you can reach easily. Okay, so there's our cards. I'll put them over here for now. Keep the supporting documents nearby. Oops, let's see. Okay, supporting documents nearby. Make sure you have a pen and paper, always. To keep notes, leave the solution envelope in the box. You won't open it till you've solved it. See if I can pull out a little bit here. One player reads the introduction aloud. After the introduction has been read, the investigation may begin. That's going to be over here, I think. Let's read the general rules here. In a suspect's mystery, you'll read the clue cards to work your way through the investigation, as you would in a book. Discuss the case amongst yourselves, make deductions, and come to conclusions. Start by reading the introduction. After reading the introduction, you'll be instructed to read the questionnaire. This is one of the things that the game actually... There are a couple interesting things in this system that I quite liked. And we're going to be reminded of these now. Okay, so your goal is to score as many points. Now, how do they, at the final questionnaire, now how do they handle that? They handle it in a very cool way. So the faster you answer by drawing and reading as few clue cards as possible, the more points you score. Now, this sounds like the standard Sherlock Holmes consulting detective system of saying they want you to stop early when you think you figured out to get the best score. But that's not quite what's done here. It's much more satisfying approach. We're going to get to it in a second. I guess this is a little side point here. After you've read the introduction questionnaire, the investigation starts. You'll be instructed to draw clue cards and discover documents. Several different symbols on cards. Some cards are for questioning people. So you have a choice. You can question someone. Some cards let you go to a location. Some cards let you examine an item. Each time you see one of these symbols, you may do the action indicated. You are free to do these actions in the order you choose. You can start by questioning someone, then go to a location, then go somewhere else, then come back. All card-based. Some clue cards have simple instructions on them. Follow these instructions to continue the investigation. Okay, now here's where it starts to get... Here's where the scoring system is clever, and I like it. And in some ways, it's helped inspire me a little bit. You may answer one or more questions at any point in the investigation. So you're given the questionnaire right up front. Okay. At any point, you can try to answer them. You write your answer on a piece of paper. Then in the scoring chart, tick the box next to the number of clue cards drawn. All of the clue cards count, even the first one. You can change any of your answers at any point in the investigation. If you decide to do this, tick the box next to the number of clue cards drawn when you change your answer. If you are instructed to draw a second clue card at any point in the investigation, you may draw the second clue card after you have written down your answers. Variant. If the players do not agree on the answers, they can individually keep scores. Okay, so at the end, okay, at the end, when there are no more clue cards, so you go through every clue. You get to the end, you've seen every card. You don't stop early. At that point, once you have come to an agreement on the answers to the questions, you may unfold the solution, read it, and tally up your points. You'll need to assess your investigating skills objectively. For each question, if your final answer is correct, you score the number of points that corresponds to the box you ticked. That's furthest to the right in the chart. If your answer is wrong, you score 0 points. In other words, you're trying to answer these questions. Who's the killer, for example? Who's the killer? Where did the crime take place? And what is the murder weapon? The earlier you can guess the right answer, the more points you're going to get. So if you guess who the killer is after seeing the first 20 cards, within seeing the first 20 cards, you're going to get 5 points. So in this example, this person has tried to answer these 2 questions within the first 30 cards. Then when they got to card 40, they said, I've changed my mind. Or I guess they didn't even try to answer it here. They've changed their mind here. Or they've had their first answer for murder weapon here. And then by the time they saw 50 cards, they changed their mind about the crime. So they said, okay, I'm changing my answer, a new answer here. And then here, I guess this is when they check the solution. So your answer, Miss Fuchsia, is the murder is correct. You answered after drawing 30 cards, so you score 5 points. Your answer to where the crime took place is correct. After drawing 30 cards, you answered in the kitchen, but you changed your mind after drawing 46 cards and wrote down the right answer, so you got 3 points for that, because that's where you settled on your final answer. And then at the end, the murder weapon is wrong. You answered whenever you answered, doesn't matter. You got 0 points. So you need to get the answer right. And the earlier you figured it out, the better your score. I think that's a brilliant idea. Because you get to see everything, you don't have to stop early, but you're still rewarded for figuring it out early. It's also interesting that there's no penalty for making early guesses. So it seems like you should make guesses for everything early, and then you can just change your mind if you get new evidence. You don't get penalized by making a early guess that you change. Further details, since the scores change at different cutoff points, for example, you earn 5 points if the number of cards drawn is between 1 and 30, it's a good idea to wait until you've drawn your last card before the cutoff. So basically, after the 30th card, you should make your first guesses after 45 and so on. When the game starts, we recommend choosing one player to be in charge of keeping an eye on the number of clue cards drawn. This will make the game go more smoothly. Once you have drawn the first clue card in the 3rd stage, the 46th card, then you might as well wait till the end of the game before making your final answers. Okay, and here's another new thing that this game did. And I got a little burned on this. I burned my hand on the stove with these rules, so we're going to take these seriously. Connections between 2 cards. Sometimes you will need to combine information on 2 cards in order to come up with a theory. To see whether 2 items go together, you place them next to each other, facing the same direction. If the colored line matches, then that means there's a logical conclusion to be drawn. For example, when card 22 is placed next to card 10, there's a perfect match between the fingerprint and Claire Harper. You may thus conclude that the fingerprints found on the teapot are Claire Harper's. Some cards only become available after several other cards have been drawn. The conditions for unlocking the card are indicated on these cards. So if you draw a teapot, it says you may draw card 10 if you have collected 3 teapot symbols. And then a reminder on card 10. So you get 1 teapot, you know, okay, if I find the other 2, then I'll be able to get a special card. Additional questions. During your investigation, you may discover items you would like to know more about. To find out about more of these things, you must place the card of the suspect you wish to question next to the item, just as you do when making a connection between 2 cards. If the half-speech bubbles line up perfectly, it means the suspect has something to tell you about the item in question. You may then draw the card that matches the number that is formed by the two halves of the speech bubbles. I don't remember this in the original game, but I may just be forgetting. So you want to ask Claire Harper about this book. You see that the bubbles connect, so you draw card 25 to see what she says about them. Claire's tips. In suspects, you must use deduction and critical thinking. Your goal is to unmask a killer. Relying on just your beliefs or your gut instinct won't be enough to solve the case. If your theories aren't backed up by facts or tangible evidence, they're probably wrong. Don't get carried away by your imagination and ignore the facts and logic. On the other hand, a clue doesn't automatically indicate someone's guilt. You might legitimately suspect someone because their fingerprints were the only ones found on the murder weapon. That doesn't necessarily make them the culprit. If you find a screwdriver, while it's likely that it was the tool used to unscrew the safe, that doesn't mean it's actually what happened. Gather all of the clues to reveal the truth for certain. Okay. I might talk a little bit about how some of that connecting stuff threw me when I played. If it's relevant. All right. So there you have it. Suspects, couple new interesting ideas, new scoring ideas, and card-based stuff that we've seen actually recently, but this is one of the earlier games that did it. It says don't open it until you've read the introduction. All right, let's put that aside then. Chapter 1, Shakespeare's Tears. We've got a spilled glass of wine, it looks like, some blood or wine fingerprints, some scratches on this book. Looks like this is a photo frame with a picture of an older lady and a letter. Lots of blood or fingerprints, hard to know. All right, here's our introduction. Let's read it together. Any thoughts? Anyone have anything else to talk about before I get started here and read this? Most of the game will take place on these cards. It's just the introduction and then a couple documents that are special. I don't remember much. Claire Harper doesn't strike me as memorable from the last year. Anna has a great point. She's already spotted something I missed. That these are, in fact, paw prints. Yes, they definitely are. Somehow I missed that originally. Yes, these are paw prints for sure. And is this a dog paw? Wolf paw? Looks like a dog, but maybe wolves and dogs are similar. All right. Let us read the introduction together. Nottingham, S. Elizabeth School, Thursday, 13 October 1921. St. Elizabeth School. I was 11 years old when I had my very first case. At the time, I was a pupil at St. Elizabeth's. It was a girls' school in Nottingham in the Midlands. St. Elizabeth's was divided into 4 houses, and I was the head of Robinson's house. Our house teacher was Miss Doyle, who taught us literature. I can't say that she was very popular. No one from pupils to the headmaster was immune to her scathing remarks. But I'll never forget what happened to her that day, because it was this incident that revealed what my future profession would be. It was a Thursday, 2:30 in the afternoon, when Headmaster Hargrave entered our classroom. As per the rules, we all rose to our feet, but the headmaster motioned for us to sit down. His face was serious. He told us in a strong voice that something terrible had happened to Miss Doyle. He chose his words carefully, telling us that we would never see her again. He told us that the police would be coming and we were not to worry, and he canceled the afternoon classes, asking us to stay calm and talk amongst ourselves or to our teachers. We had the rest of the day off. We all stood in the courtyard, not really understanding what was going on. But there's always one person at every school who knows everything before anyone else. At St. Elizabeth's, It was Caroline Hawkins, the head of Barker House. She said that the police had just arrested Mr. Gilbert because he had been caught by Mr. Taylor standing over Miss Doyle's body at around 2 p.m. It happened in the library. Gilbert apparently used the poker to beat Miss Doyle to death. Caroline shared her information with anyone who would listen, and everyone wanted to listen. Obviously, I did everything I could to overhear what the police said to Mr. Hargrave. The coroner says that rigor mortis allowed him to place the time of death between noon and 2 p.m. Mr. Gilbert left the dining hall at 12:15 p.m., and no one saw him after that, until he was found standing over Miss Doyle's dead body. As far as the police are concerned, it's an open and shut case. It's clear that Mr. Gilbert is the murderer. Okay, so we'll keep some notes in a bit, but coroner, according to Caroline, coroner said time of death between 2 p.m., between noon and 2 p.m. They've arrested a guy standing over the body. He left the dining hall at 12:15 until they found her body. Caroline was right. The last time we had seen Gilbert was at lunchtime in the dining hall. Mr. Gilbert and Mr. Taylor, the headmaster, were supervising us, but as soon as lunch started, Mr. Gilbert spat out his wine, shouting that someone had replaced it with vinegar. He had stormed out of the dining hall in a fit of anger, the likes of which we had never seen. The girls of Sydney House smiled proudly. They had just passed the challenge we had set them with flying colors. So a little bit of prank on him. Sounds like his plan was probably to stay and eat. It was only the vinegar that made him leave. One of the traditions we had at St. Elizabeth's was that the houses would issue each other challenges, which would have to be completed in full view of the teaching staff. Each house had shared its challenge with Mr. Wadowski, who was our neutral and impartial referee. Only he knew about all the challenges. For our part, our challenge was to acquire the rowing championship trophy the school had won in 1919 and put it in Mr. Taylor's classroom with the words Best Actor 1921 on it. Perhaps the vinegar was taking things a bit far. Mr. Gilbert was known for his temper, and that must not have helped him to keep his cool with Miss Doyle. This is what was going through my mind when Mai Lin approached me. Mai Lin, soon Kim, was my best friend at St. Elizabeth. Claire, I need to talk to you, she whispered in my ear. Mr. Gilbert is innocent, I'm sure of it. As we'd planned yesterday, I went to the library where the rowing trophy is kept to come up with a plan for our challenge. It was a little after 1:30 p.m. He didn't notice me, but I saw Mr. Gilbert standing over Miss Doyle. He truly looked shocked. He didn't look like a murderer. I tried to tell the police, but they wouldn't let me get anywhere near them. These police officers are dolts. Mr. Gilbert is not the culprit, Claire, and we have to prove it. This was to be my first real investigation. After studying the table below, take card 1, the school map, and the school presentation leaflet. Okay, so here's our questionnaire, the questions we'll have to answer before the end of the case. Is Mr. Gilbert innocent? If he is guilty, what is his motive? If he is innocent, who is responsible for Miss Doyle's death? State the time of Miss Doyle's death to the nearest hour. How many challenges were completed? Little side question here about challenges. Okay. Let me just understand what Mai Lin Soon Kim says, the best friend. She says, the guy is innocent because I went to the library a little after 1:30 p.m. That's when she saw him standing over the body looking shocked. And him looking shocked is what made her conclude he couldn't have done it. And her death was in the library. So, I mean, how does she get in the library and not see the dead body? right? Somehow she's in the library. Maybe she's saying she walked into the library and saw this guy looking at the body and then turned around and left. So it wasn't that she was hiding in the library. It's that she went to the library, but she didn't even get in. She just went there, looked in the door, and saw it. Well, that if that's true, then the body was dead by 1:30 p.m. Okay, let's make our notes here. Okay, so time of death, according to the police, between noon and 2 p.m., right? Well, it's either too wide or too close. Okay. Between noon and 2 p.m. And then Gilbert Vinegar leaves the cafeteria at 12:15. Then our second clue is that Mylin sees Gilbert in shock over the body at 1:30 p.m. And I want to remind us that this is what Mylin says she sees. I mean, anyone could be lying. And this is what Caroline says she heard. And then if we're keeping track of the challenges completed, maybe we should remember that the vinegar swap was completed. And then they were supposed to get the trophy. They didn't get it yet, at least. So they didn't achieve that. How many houses there are? 4 houses. So there are 4 houses. One house did their vinegar swap. We're told what house that is, right? And then we're told also that Wadowski knows about the challenges that could be important. He would have known they were going to swap it with vinegar, etc. Girls of Sydney House did the vinegar swap. That's relevant for us. Okay. Delia in the channel says, or Delia says, I played the orange box, was pretty cool, but indeed that connecting system was sometimes tricky. All right. Those are our notes so far from the intro. We can access that whenever we want. We'll just put it aside. Okay, and then we're told, take document A, which is the school map. And the school presentation leaflet, document B. Whoa, look at all these people. Those are the 4 houses. And there's the teaching staff. Boy, those are some dense documents. Okay, and we don't get the last one. All right, so let's take a look at all this. What have we got? All right. Mr. Taylor's classroom. Then the dormitories. Or no, I guess classrooms are all down here. Dormitories are upstairs, maybe not shown. There's the library where the body was found, we think, right? Robinson room, Miss Doyle's office. I suppose we should keep track here. Let's see. it's Miss Doyle that's died. So there's her office, found dead in the library. We have a Mr. Hargrave, that's the dining hall. So we know Mr. Gilbert, who has an office here. Study lounge, bark room. He was eating in the dining hall. He drank the vinegar, thinking it was wine, and around 12:15 he leaves. We don't know where he goes, but at 1:30 p.m. we think our girl Mylin sees him in the library over the body of Miss Doyle in total shock. We've got a warehouse, a storeroom, an infirmary. And then we've got the ability to examine the statue of Saint Elizabeth. That's a card. So if we can go to any of these places by drawing the card. So if we want to go to the library, the scene of the crime, we would draw card 22. Reasonable place to start, or the suspect's office, or the victim's office. Okay, so these are all places we can go, the ones with numbers. Now let us look at our different people. St. Elizabeth School, the best school in the world. Class of 1921, the best class. I've drawn a mustache on their St. Elizabeth. Okay, let's start at the back with our teaching staff. Let's see if we can get a little close up here. Mr. Hargrave is the headmaster. You can talk to him by drawing card 12. He doesn't joke around. Mr. Taylor, the drama teacher, the nicest teacher. You can talk to him. Mr. Stone, the math teacher and house teacher for the Lanier house. Mr. Keating, the applied science teacher. Miss Hastings, she's great. She only gives good grades. Mr. Gilbert, the accused, he gets angry so fast. Physical education sports teacher, house teacher for the Barker house. Then we have Miss Doyle. She's strict with everyone, even the other teachers. English literature teacher and house teacher for the Robinson house. So we have the 4 houses, each have a little person who's in charge of them. Lanier house, Barker house, Robinson house, and Sydney house. Okay, then we have Ladowski. He's the neutral guy who knows about all the challenges for the houses. Miss Pattison, the cook, and Shakespeare, the mascot, the wild cat. Okay, so we thought those initial prints were dogs, but it seems now that they're very likely the cats, right? All right. That's one mystery solved. We need a close-up of Shakespeare. Okay. All right, let's look at the kids. Let's find Claire Harper and her friend Mylin and Carolyn. Those are the 3 girls we've heard about so far. They all belong to the different houses. Okay, so here's Robinson House. There's Mylin, Soon Kim, my best friend. So this is clearly Claire's brochure here, because she's written in. Ta-da, it's me. There's Claire Harper. There's her best friend. Bunch of normal people that she hasn't marked. Okay, what else? Who else is she marked? She's marked Matilda is super beautiful. Who knows what this name's all about? Put the face to the name. Tell me what we're looking at here. Bridget Drake is the funniest. April, everyone thinks she's weird, but I think she's nice. Okay. And Tina says the right answer. This is from Leon the movie. Not Leon the movie, but The Professional. With a very young, what's her name? The actress who was in the Star Wars movies? Natalie Portman, that's right. So in the movie The Professionals, Natalie Portman, a very young Natalie Portman, plays a girl called Matilda. and the guy she's friends with is Leon the assassin. Forget what the there's a second movie there. I don't remember the details of it. Okay, let's continue on. Anna Stark, the best student in the whole school. Suzanne Perry, so shy she'll do whatever anyone tells her. Okay. There's Samantha Parker. Where's our Caroline Parker? Or Caroline Hawkins. Here's Caroline. Nicknamed the something. Nothing gets by her. What is her nickname here? Nicknamed the Snoop. Nothing gets by her. She's the one who had heard what the police say and has related all to us. All right, so we can talk to Caroline Parker to ask her what she really heard. We could talk to the best student. We could talk to Mai Lin, who saw Gilbert standing over the body. We can talk to April Somerset for reasons we don't know. We cannot talk to Matilda Leon. Okay. So there are our documents. Now, let's see. Do not open the pack until you have read the instruction to the mystery. Now, do you think we're supposed to open this now, or are we only supposed to open it when we find a place we want to go? Shall we see? Okay. So I just peeked. I can see it's Mai Lin Soon Kim, which we know we can talk to her. So there is no card to start with. The cards are in the corner, and this is what we've got to go on. You can go to any place in the building, or we can talk to any of our people. That's what we have. When we want the card, we'll go get it. And remember, we want to keep track of how many cards we draw. I guess we'll have a stack of them in the discard pile. Based on our questionnaire, we want to, at card 30, we want to make our first guesses. All right, we haven't drawn any cards yet. Let's check with the chat that are alerting me to something. It said to take card 1. Did it? Take card 1, the school map, and the school presentation leaflet. All right, so I guess it wants us to talk. Card 1 is... Okay, good catch. Card 1 is Mai Lin Soon Kim. So she is over here. We could choose to talk to her, but it sounds like I guess the game wanted us to talk to her right away. And I guess this is probably her house crest. All right, so we're going to talk to Mai Lin. Let's hear what Mai Lin says. It's just starting us off. She's 11 years old, pupil in Robinson House. Claire. If we want to be sure Mr. Gilbert's innocent, we'll have to act methodically. Look at what I've drawn up, a timetable we can complete as we gather clues. I started to fill it in with my own schedule. I was with you from 8 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. You can testify to that, so I have an alibi. At 1:30 p.m., I went to scout out the situation for the rowing trophy challenge. No one can testify to that, so I don't have an alibi. I think we should do the same thing for all the suspects. Take the timetable, document C, and then if we want to, we can draw card 32 to question her about what happened when she surprised Mr. Gilbert, or take card 14 to ask for her opinion about the school staff. And then here's half of a dialogue. So if we found an object we want to ask her about, we would slide it next to this and read that question. All right, well, let's do what she says. Let's take document C. That's our last of our large documents. And look what she's prepared for us. A helpful chart. It sounds like Mai Lin is the real detective. Claire Harper is just stealing her ideas here. Okay, so it's saying we can actually fill this in, which I guess we can with some Post-its. So she said she's got an alibi for... She said, you were with me from 8 a.m. to 1:30. Okay, so here she's alibied out till 1:30 because she's with someone who we trust, Claire Harper. And then somehow Mai Lin has deduced that these are our only suspects. I'm not sure on what basis Mai Lin has decided that. Mai Lin thinks our only suspects are Gilbert, the headmaster, Mr. Taylor, Mr. Ladovsky, Anna Stark, that's a student, Caroline Hawkins, that's a student, and April Somerset, that's a student. I don't know why she's ruled out everyone else. I suppose we could talk to her and ask her. We can only ask her these questions or line something up, but I'd love to know why she's so sure no one else did it. Okay, and this is our day of the murder, Thursday, 13th of October. That helps us. It says 2 p.m. the body was discovered. That strikes me as a little odd because she said she went at 1:30 to scout for the trophy and saw him. So, like, why did it take them a half an hour to discover the body? That's the first time we're hearing that the body was discovered at 2, I believe. I believe our introduction said the police put the time of death. Well, I guess if they're putting the death at 2 p.m., that's the soonest they were called. That confused me a little bit. All right, we'll fill this in. I might even make a scan of this for us to write on before we start. All right. Well, that's card 1. Now we can choose what to do. We can follow up either of these things. We can go to a place or talk to a person. I mean, my basic approach to these games is you go right to the crime scene and then you go to the scene that might be cleaned up by a culprit. So even though in these games time doesn't pass like that, I think I like to role play them that way. So my inclination would be to go to the library crime scene soon and go to Gilbert's office soon. Shall we start at the crime scene? We're going to start the crime scene. This is your reminder. Oh, Anna says ask her what she saw. Okay, let's go to the crime scene first, then I'll ask her what she saw. Yeah. Reminder that you should just volunteer when there's something you want to do rather than wait for me to ask because of the delays in YouTube. So Anna's already said, let's ask her what she saw. So let's go to the crime scene first, just to mix things up. Then we'll talk to her and ask her what she saw. So we're going to go to the library, card 22. So we just go in. All the card numbers are sequential and in the upper left. So there we have the library. And I mean, one of the beautiful things about this game is the art really does look nice. So let's take a look at it. I mean, it's nice graphic design and nice art. Very stylized. Okay, so it looks like some stuff's knocked over. Chair's been knocked over. Book left open. Some tools and stuff. To think that this is where Miss Doyle died. It's cold in here. The fire is out and a window is open. The police put up a sign saying no entry, but a sign is not going to stop Claire Harper. Okay, so we could, if we want, examine the poker holder or examine the book on the table. I mean, I'd love to find out how she died before we start looking at books and stuff. Okay, so just to remind you, we've now drawn 2 cards. When we get to the 30th card, we will be trying to make our first guesses at the questions. Is Gilbert innocent? If he's guilty, what's his motive? If he's innocent, who is responsible? And when did she die? All right. Let's question her. What happened when she surprised Mr. Gilbert. Okay, so this seems to confirm what we said, that she walked in on him and saw him shocked. So let's start by asking her what happened when she surprised Mr. Gilbert. Why is she so sure he's innocent? That's card 32. So you don't need to keep track of these things. You can re-look at these cards anytime you want. Let's see what Mylin says. As expected, I waited until a few minutes after math started to pretend to feel ill and leave the classroom. I wanted to do reconnaissance for our challenge. I went to the library. When I saw Shakespeare running in the opposite direction, I wondered if there was a problem. I entered quietly through the rows of books. Mr. Gilbert was bent over Miss Doyle's body, trying to resuscitate her. He was doing chest compressions. What murderer would do that? I didn't know what to do, Claire. Then Mr. Taylor arrived through the small south door. I can still hear him shouting, "Murderer! Murderer!" Mr. Hargrave got there very quickly, and I snuck out. Okay, let's reconstruct the scene of the crime here now. All right. So Mylin was in maths class. Who teaches math? History, English, physical education, drama, science, maths teacher, Mr. Stone. Study lounge, meeting room, Taylor's classrooms. So maybe the classrooms are all here. So she says she pretends she feels ill from one of the classrooms. She gets up. She's going to head to the library. I think maybe you have to go this way to the library. I think. She starts heading to the library. She sees the cat running in the opposite direction from her. Cat runs by her, so she knows something's wrong. She goes through the north door to the large north door to the library, which is this way. She walks in. She makes her way through the rows of books. And then she sees somewhere, looks like that's fireplace. I think she gets there. She sees the body. Gilbert is trying to resuscitate her. Then Mr. Taylor arrives through the south door, which is going to be this door here. Okay. So notice if Mr. Taylor is coming from the south door, he's either coming from Robinson's room or Miss Doyle's office, right? Because if he's coming from here or here, he'd surely go in this way. So why is Mr. Taylor coming from this direction? He's the drama teacher. Let's just make a note of that on our curious items. Mr. Taylor arrives library south door, question mark. How? Why? Why is he coming from the south door? And then he's shouting, "Murderer, murderer." That's suspicious. And then Mr. Hargrave soon after arrives. All right. Anna agrees. Not Hargrave shouting, Taylor's shouting. It's not Hargrave that shouts. Taylor arrives through the south door, which is suspicious, and he starts screaming, "Murderer, murderer." That's very suspicious. After he's screaming, Hargrave arrives soon after. And then Mylin sneaks out. All right, so we've got some curious goings on for sure. I still don't get why she's gone at 1:30 p.m. and then they think the body was dead at 2 p.m. How does that make any sense? Does it take her a half an hour to get to the body? That seems weird to me. One thing to note is she's a pupil in Robinson House. This is where Robinson House lives, I guess, or their head base or something. So Mai Lin was near there. And who's the head? Doyle is the woman for Robinson's house. So it makes sense. There's Doyle's office. There's Robinson's house, the girls that she supervises, which includes Claire and Mai Lin. So the question is, what the hell is Mr. Taylor doing coming through the south door? Of course, we also don't know why Gilbert is in the library, but he may have come in to meet her through the north door. But Taylor is the really suspicious one. Where is he coming from? Okay. Jonathan says, if Gilbert was trying to perform CPR, maybe Doyle was just dying and did not fully die until 2 p.m. That's an interesting theory. We don't have a good way to talk to Gilbert or the police, though. We could look at the poker, but it's not a poker, it's a poker holder. It sounds like that was the weapon, maybe, but we have no knowledge of that yet. I'd love to talk to Gilbert, but he's being held by the police. The next person at the scene was Mr. Taylor, who came in from the south. So I'm very interested in talking to him. In fact, I think I'd like to do that next, before he's had a time to settle into get used to telling his lies. Let's talk to him and see if he'll explain to us what he was doing. How did he come in from the south? Of course, the murderer could always be Mai Lin Soon Kim. All right, so I'd like to talk to Mr. Taylor, the guy who came in from the south. Can we talk to him? Yes, we can. He's the nicest teacher. He's the drama teacher. Screaming, murderer, murderer. That's the drama teacher. Okay, so he's a good actor, so that's going to be difficult to catch him in a lie. But let's hear what he says. All right, card 11. Card 11 is Timothy Taylor. Let's see if he can tell us why he was so quickly on scene and why did he come in from the south door. Why, Claire? Why? She didn't deserve to die. She was cut down in the prime of her life. She still had so many good years ahead of her. So you can ask him what are his thoughts on Miss Doyle. He says, an angel gone home too far. Who could ever replace her? Who? And Mr. Gilbert, he says, a monster. He murdered literature. Of Mr. Hargrave, he says, hard and sometimes unfair. The only person who could give him any lip was Miss Doyle. On Mr. Radovsky, he says, oh, he's more cultivated than you'd think. And on Shakespeare the Cat, he says, Miss Doyle was the only person he let anywhere near him. What will become of the poor creature? We can ask him about Miss Doyle. We can question him about the discovery of the crime. And then if we have something else to ask him about, we could slot it here. 44-year-old drama teacher. I guess if we want to ask him how did he find the body and walk in, it would be 48, yeah? This is just more background information. All right, I think we're in for a penny, in for a pound. I'm going to ask him about the discovery of the crime. While we're while we're talking with him and while I remember how to do his voice, we're going to get card 48. Okay. It doesn't cost you time to travel around. So if you found something you'd like to ask him about, you just start asking him about it. Oh, my dear Claire, what a horrible memory. I still shudder at the thought. I can see little Anjali coming into my classroom, her eyes full of anxiety, saying that Miss Doyle hadn't arrived for their English literature class yet. My blood ran cold. Something terrible must have happened to Miss Doyle. I'd never known her to be a minute late. She made it a point to stick to her schedule every day. As I hurried to her office, I heard a noise in the library. That vile Mr. Gilbert was bent over the body of his victim, the poker still in his hand. He was checking to make sure he had accomplished his terrible deed. I immediately cried out, "A murderer! Murderer!" Mr. Hargrave came quickly and called the police. Okay, well, that's consistent, except does this tell us... He says Doyle has a strict schedule, Miss Doyle. She would never be late. So that's going to be helpful for us when we find her schedule. But now let's see. A girl talks to him and says Miss Doyle's late. Who? Anjali, little Anjali. So on card 48, little Anjali tells Taylor about Doyle being late. Okay, so now let's find out who is Anjali and where might she have been when she told him that. Where's our Anjali? Is it a teacher? Who's he talking about? Dell? What am I missing? Surely that's a person, right? And surely she's got to be... Oh, there she is. Anjali Mahal. Okay, so it's Anjali Mahal. She's in Lanier House. So I don't see how Anjali... I mean, if Anjali is in her house, Lanier House, there's Barker, Robinson. We don't see where her house is. Mr. Taylor is the drama teacher. We don't know where he would be, per se. But surely it wouldn't be here. I suppose this could be an outside door in? But I just don't see how he comes in this door. Unless he was hanging out in her office. And Tina says, Lanier House is in the bottom row. Okay, where is it? Where is it then? Where is the bottom? Why makes you say it's in the bottom row? I mean, here's his classroom. So if someone came running to this classroom and he was teaching, shouldn't he be coming out and going down through this door? Well, not necessarily. Okay, I see some logic here. He went to her office to look for her, says Jonathan. Yes, okay. So girl comes in, says, Miss Doyle's missing. Miss Doyle's missing. So he runs out. He runs to her office. He doesn't see her in her office, so he heads back, peeks in, and sees the body. Okay, so, or he came this way to her office, and when he gets here, he sees something. All right, so I guess Mr. Taylor's coming in through the south door no longer looks super suspicious. He has a reason why he was heading to her office, and then he came back and saw the body. All right, well, Mr. Taylor, you caught a little bit of break. We could go talk to... Well, can we talk to Anjali if we wanted to confirm his story? Not directly. She's got no quote, so she's not someone we can directly talk to. But he sounds a little bit more believable now. That's too bad. I thought we had our culprit right away. All right, well, you know what the drill is. It's been an hour. It's time for our break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. We're playing the second box of Suspects titled Eternal Detective Claire Harper. And the chat has said, James in the chat is suggesting, Jonathan first said, I think we should work on our alibi sheet to try to find out where people were during certain times. And that probably it's a good guess that our suspect is on this list, so I'm not 100% sure. And James has suggested, and Logan agreed, that if we track down what the house challenges were, maybe that'll help us get alibis. Let's fill out this chart here then, if the channel thinks that that's a good idea, about what teacher was part of each house and what their challenge was. So Robinson, which is Claire Harper's house, we know what their challenge was. That was to steal the trophy and relabel it. And then Sydney house, and that's Doyle is head of that. The Sydney house was the one that was all proud when he drank the vinegar, right? Sydney house smiled. So Sydney house was trying to swap vinegar for Gilbert. All right. And who is the head of that house? And they were going to put the trophy in Taylor's classroom, but she couldn't get to it. Okay. Do we know who's the head of the different houses? I believe we know that... Where's my sheet? I believe we know that Doyle was the teacher for Robinson House. Okay, so I did that. And Gilbert is the teacher for Barker House. And Sydney House is Hastings. And Lanier House is Mr. Stone. Okay, so we know the heads of the 4 houses. We know 2 of the challenges. We don't know what the challenge was for Lanier House or Barker House, or whether it was achieved. We know that the vinegar was achieved, and we know this one wasn't accomplished. These 2 houses, we don't know their challenges. We don't know whether they were accomplished. I will point out something else. It doesn't look like Miss Doyle is going to have been killed out of jealousy or a love triangle, right? She's not a matching age for anyone to be competing with. So that's kind of helpful. All right. Any thoughts now of where to go next? Heads are on the back with teachers. Okay, yeah, we've got the houses now, so we could talk to the heads of the houses. Remember that when we talked to Taylor, he did say he walked in on Gilbert holding the poker in his hand. So that would be a reason for us to look at the poker holder. And the book could certainly be useful to see what someone was reading, especially given that it's so prominent on the little sheet here. And is this the vinegar wine like that he was drinking? He brought it in here and spilled it? Or was Doyle drinking? All right, let's see. Where shall we go next? Where do you guys want to find out alibis, huh? I suppose we could talk to the heads. Are all of the heads of the houses on this list? Is that what we've got here? Hastings. So Hastings, one of the leaders of the houses, is not on the list. Stone, another leader of a house, is not on the list. So the heads of the houses are not on our lists, except for Gilbert. Well, I think we should still go to Gilbert's office. But it sounds like James wants to look at the poker. All right, let's look at the poker, then we'll go to Gilbert's office and find out. Okay, so the poker was 15. You guys keep volunteering where in the channel where you think we can go, so that when there's something to do. Well, one of the nice things about getting some objects out is we can question people about them, etc. So, okay, 15. The poker holder. The poker is missing. Did the police take it away as evidence? Maybe this would be another way to find out about the poker that Gilbert was holding. It's just fireplace stuff. I mean, it's a bit suspicious that everything got knocked over, like a little bit of a struggle, or maybe it was just knocking things out of the way when he wanted to give her CPR. There's no connectors here, so there's not going to be any way to ask anyone about this. That was a dud. All right, let's go to Gilbert's office. 10. He is our culprit. I want to see if we've got any evidence in his office while he's at the police station. All right, what have we got here? Another beautiful piece of art. He's got a trash can full of trash, I guess. Cigarettes. He's a smoker. He's got a cricket bat. There's his house crest. Nothing else jumps out to me. The smell of cold tobacco mingles with the scent of fresh shoe polish. We can examine his diary. We can examine the letter in his trash bin. Those are very compelling. I mean, logically, it makes sense that our first job might be to clear the guy that they suspect. If it's not him, we should get evidence to clear him. So I feel like we should be doing both of these things. All right, let's start with the letter in the bin, number 7. Okay, here's our clue number 7. Let's see what we've got. There's a crumpled letter in the bin. Nottingham, 12 October 1921, day before the murder, I believe. Mr. Gilbert, yesterday, 11 October, at approximately 5:30 p.m., one of your colleagues caught you smoking in the vicinity of the gymnasium. When this same colleague remarked that you were in breach of the establishment's rules, you are reported to have replied in a very rude manner and to have used words that decency forbids me from reproducing here. This is not the first time I have heard reports of this kind of behavior, and I've noticed the persistent smell of tobacco in your office. Our internal rules are very clear. Smoking is strictly forbidden on school premises. Must I need to remind you that as a teacher you have a duty to be an example to all the girls who attend our prestigious establishment? In future, I would ask you to follow the rules and refrain from any improper behavior. This letter is your first and final warning. I hope I have made myself clear. E. Hargrave, headmaster of St. Elizabeth's School, and then signed it. Okay, so day before the murder, he gets a letter, but it's from Hargrave. He has no reason to blame Doyle, although Doyle could be the one who told on him, right? Hargrave says, one of your colleagues caught you smoking, so maybe Doyle told on him and he's mad at Doyle. That's a motive, a small motive, but a motive. It seems like he smokes in his office. He's not allowed to smoke anywhere on campus, or is he allowed to smoke in his room, in his office? Smoking is forbidden on school premises. Wow, he's not even allowed to smoke in his office, so... All right, well, there's no line, so you can't ask anyone about this. Let's go back while we're here and get his diary. Maybe we can get a little bit of an alibi. 53, Gilbert's diary. I mean, the falsely accused, if we think he's falsely accused, this is the easiest, it seems like the logical route to pursue. Police catch a murderer. Maybe they've got the right one. Let's see if we can't confirm or reject their theory. Okay, here's his diary. Let's see what we've got. The diary contains Mr. Gilbert's daily timetable. Thursday, 13 October, 1921, 8 a.m., Lanier and Barker Houses, Year 6, cricket practice. 9:45 a.m., supervised break with Taylor. 10 a.m., Sydney and Robinson Houses, Year 6, cricket match. 12 p.m., supervised dining hall with Taylor. 5 p.m., rugby practice. Okay. Well, this is our day of the murder. So according to his diary, he's got alibis with another person, right? He's got this whole house of kids that would have seen him here running cricket practice. And then he should have been with Taylor at 9:45. Supervised break. I don't know what that means. 10 a.m., Sydney and Robinson Houses cricket match. Noon, supervised dining hall with Taylor. Well, we know he was in there at noon, drank the vinegar and ran out at 12:15. And then he had to have rugby practice. So, I mean, these are good, strong alibis. People would have seen him if we confirm that they saw him, but it's not 100% clear if he had breaks between them. Like, was this cricket match go to 9:30? Then he has 15 minutes. Here, did he have a cricket match till like 11:30? Then he had a half hour. We don't know what breaks he had between these two unless we got backup from someone. But you might call these soft alibis until he left at 12:15. Then he's there. So I suppose if somewhere we get a better time of death, like if somewhere we get confirmation, what was the earliest time of death? The police think, what did she overheard the police give a time of death? What was the range of the point? Between noon and 2 p.m. So I think we wrote that down. Time of death between noon and 2 p.m. And it feels like our girl, My Lynn, put that earlier, but like at 1:30 p.m. But anyway, it doesn't seem like, this is a little weird that we've got this alibi sheet, because I'm not sure why we should care what happened in the morning. Like, you don't need an alibi. We know she wasn't dead then, so why do you need an alibi? A little bit weird. And Logan points out that the diary gives an alibi, a soft alibi, to Taylor. Even though we know they were separated when Taylor came in to find the body. I suppose we could try to track down the dining hall, whether Taylor stayed in there until he was called by the girl. What is that, where she found him? Like, if we could talk to her, it would be nice if she says that Taylor was in the dining hall where he was supposed to be. All right. Infirmary. We went to his office. Did we go to Miss Doyle's office? Nice thing about this game is you can just check all the cards. So we never actually went to Miss Doyle's office yet. That might be a reasonable place to go. Well, that seems like a reasonable place to be, right? Shouldn't we care about our murder victim having some evidence? Let's go to Doyle's office, the dead victim. That seems like a reasonable place to go. What was she? Why was she in the library? If she was killed in the library. All right, what do you see here? Chair with a scarf or something, reading glasses, and a bunch of letters. And 2 chairs. Miss Doyle's office. Okay, we can examine her fireplace. We can go into the storeroom, which... Where's the storeroom next to her office? There's her office. Is it saying there's a storeroom in her office? Yes, it is. I guess it's saying she has a little storeroom attached to her office. Or we can examine the desk. All seem relevant to me. What is this thing here? Feels like something on the ground or something. Place looks neat. No scuffle in here. I suppose I would start here. Like, what was she last working on? So I'm going to start at 21 while I wait for you guys in the chat to come up with other places you want to go. Let's look at her desk. Her glasses are there. So this is a little bit of a clue, right? Like, if she needs reading glasses, would she have left them here when she went to the library? And we didn't see any reading glasses in the library. That suggests she didn't go to the library to read, or maybe she didn't go to the library at all. On her desk is Miss Doyle's glasses. They were on her desk right next to her favorite shawl. Okay, so that's what I was remarking here. So I guess that could kind of tell you 2 things. The glasses tells you she wasn't going to the library to read, and maybe the shawl tells you she wasn't planning to leave the place. She wasn't planning to go outside. Ah, look at this. Okay. So what we'll be wanting to look for is something we might connect. For example, here. So we could ask Mai Lin about Miss Doyle's glasses, because these line up. So if we wanted to get an opinion from Mai Lin about the glasses and thing, we could. Is there anyone else to line up? No one else yet. I mean, Mai Lin does not feel like the person who would give us, she might give us some little background information, like Miss Doyle never leaves her room without her glasses. But she wouldn't be your first choice of someone to ask about that. Maybe one of the other employees. So let's remember that. In fact, let's start a little to-do, because that's something you could easily forget. I'm going to put ask Mai Lin or anyone about card 21. All right, this is our to-do list, so we won't forget. We examine the desk. We can see papers on the desk, but when we do it, it doesn't give them to us. So they must not be important. The channel has pointed out I've misspoken. I said we can ask Mylin about the glasses. But that's not right. This doesn't let you ask about it. This just tells you they match in some fashion. So, sorry, I misspoke. This doesn't let you ask. This tells you that they logically somehow match, but maybe it's just when they don't make sense to match, maybe you just disregard that. Or it's telling us it's Mylin's glasses. Does Mylin wear glasses in any of her photos? Could Mylin be our murderer? And she left her glasses there. We don't see any evidence of her wearing glasses, so this might just be a coincidence. You can connect the lines. That means they're logically connected, but it's not, you can't ask someone about an item that way. You were right. I misspoke. You have to connect speech bubbles to ask them about an item. All right. Well, let's reset that. Yes, you guys were absolutely right about that. I misspoke. Okay. Let's talk to Hargrave. All right. Let's see. Do you want to go in the storeroom or go examine the fireplace? Someone could have thrown some document out in the fireplace, I suppose. We can go visit Hargrave. We can go visit Taylor's classroom. We can talk to Hargrave or go to Hargrave's office. Those are two different things. Same thing with Taylor. We talked to Taylor, but we could go to his office. That's someplace different. If we wanted to know about the pranks, challenges, Wadovsky would be the person to talk. Let's see. Chad says, Jesse, maybe you should reread the dialogue from Mylin to try and understand what the connection would be to glasses. She says, I waited a few minutes after math started to pretend to feel ill and leave the classroom. She went to do reconnaissance. She went to the library. She saw Shakespeare running in the opposite direction. I wonder if there was a problem. I entered quietly through the north door. He saw her resuscitating him, and then she snuck out. I guess it doesn't seem like the connection to glasses are important for Mylin. She starts filling the thing. And then I guess we've got a little bit of Mylin here too. Mylin approached me. She's my best friend. I need to talk to you. As we planned, I went to the library. He didn't look like a murderer. Okay. I mean, I guess if we found she had glasses, that would be suspicious of her. James says, I reckon the challenge is going to be something to do to Doyle. The others targeted teachers like the vinegar. Yeah. Okay, well, let's leave the office and the possibility of fireplace burning for now, since you guys seem to be hot on the challenges. Let's talk to Wadovsky. He's the neutral guy who knew about all the challenges. So let's talk to him. Number 4. Alexander Wadovsky. He says he's 48 years old. He's the caretaker and the nurse, the pupil's favorite grown-up. It is said that he is a former physician who fled the Bolshevik Revolution. Claire, I'm worried about you getting wrapped up in this sordid affair. This is a business for adults, you know. Children should not have to worry about these kinds of things. Miss Doyle, he says, demanding, difficult to get along with. She was wound like a Swiss watch. On Gilbert, he says, He didn't like Miss Doyle, and that's a fact, but that doesn't mean he murdered her. Mr. Taylor says a good teacher and a wonderful actor, too. Mr. Hargrave, he says he's demanding, but he's a good man. On Shakespeare the Cat, he says he rubs against everyone's legs, scratches people, meows at night, and steals from the kitchen. What more could you expect from a cat? On St. Elizabeth's Pupils, he says, my door is always open to each and every one of you, without exception. We can ask for his opinion about Gilbert's guilt. We can question him about his schedule for the day. All right. Well, he didn't volunteer any information about the challenges, but he does have a thing. So far we've found only people who with their quote with their dialogue to the right. So we have to find some objects if we want to ask them about them, which we don't have yet. Well, what do you want to do? Do you want to ask him about his schedule, or do we need to have something else to question him about? I don't love it. I mean, I don't really care about his schedule. I suppose. Is he on our suspect list? He is. All right, let's ask him about his schedule since he's on. My Lynn has some supernatural knowledge about potential suspects, so if she says he's on our list, sounds like My Lynn might have her own little diary keeping track of bad people. Somehow she's decided these people are suspect. Okay, I'm going to ask him about his schedule for the day 31 while we're talking to him. Well, from 7 to 8 a.m., I had breakfast with the staff. Miss Doyle was there. Actually, she enjoyed her tea, toast, and orange marmalade like she did every day. From 8 to 9:45 a.m., I was with Mr. Hargrave. Then I went to finish waxing the floor in the Robinson wing. I started yesterday, and today I had only the hallway left to wax. I saw Anna Stark knock on Miss Doyle's door and go into her office. It must have been 9:50 a.m. At about 11:45 a.m., I had lunch in the infirmary. I went back to work at 2 p.m., starting with waxing the floor of Mr. Gilbert's office. The office was empty, and I was there until the tragic incident was discovered. I hope I've answered your questions, Claire. To ask a question about the visit to Miss Doyle, place this card next to the suspect to be questioned. If the bubbles line up, you may take the corresponding card. To ask a question about the visit to Miss Doyle, place the card next to the suspect to be questioned. It's kind of weird way of phrasing it. The visit to Miss Doyle. So it's sounding like he's saying Anna Stark went to Miss Doyle. So we had Anna Stark's card. Sounds like we could line it up and ask a question about that visit. Like, when did he see her leave? All right, let's try following up on that just to see if we understand how that works. That's weird. But okay, let's see if we can't find Anna Stark. Is she someone we can just go and talk to? Yes, she is. All right, she's the best student. Best students are sometimes tightly wound. They don't like being failed. All right, let's see if our best student has anything to say, and then if we can ask this guy about... Well, she looks a little evil. Jonathan said, why does this guy take a 2-hour lunch break? Interesting question. All right. Anna Stark, 11 years old, head of Lanier House. What's going on, Miss Harper? Are you investigating Miss Doyle's death? Isn't that the police job? Are you sure you're a Robinson? Always thinking they're better than everyone else. Her thoughts on Miss Doyle. Everyone hated her, not me. I think she was a good teacher. Gilbert, frankly, I'm sure he's innocent. Yes, he gets angry easily, but that doesn't make him a killer, does it? On Miss Taylor, she says, old Will Shakespeare must be having a good laugh watching him and his terrible acting. On Mr. Hargrave, she says, I'm not afraid of the big boss. Miss Doyle wasn't afraid of him either. That sounds interesting. On Mr. Wadowski, she says, everyone loves him, and so do I. So we can question her about her schedule, or we can ask Wadowski about when Anna Stark knocked on Miss Doyle's door and went into her office at 9:50. Since we haven't done this before, let's do this. So let's get card 34. Let's see. To ask a question about the visit. Oh, you know what I think we're doing? We're not asking him about her. He told us she went into the office, and now we're quizzing Anna and saying, hey, Wadowski says you had a meeting with Miss Doyle. What can you tell us about it? That's what's happened, right? We read this, heard about her visit, and now we're talking to Anna, and we want to quiz her on this fact. So we're saying, hey, Anna, we heard you visited Doyle at around 9:50 a.m. What do you have to say about that? And why didn't you volunteer it? Right? That's what's happened. Okay, let's see what this smirking girl has to say for herself. Fine, Harper. It was Mr. Wadowski who told you? He'd be better off staying with Somerset, his sweetheart. Yeah, I went to see Miss Doyle to try to make up for the bad mark I got on the last test. So I got one bad mark. Doesn't that ever happen to you? Just as we thought. She doesn't like getting a bad grade. She was mad. Miss Doyle wasn't in her office. Maybe she was already in the library. Shakespeare wasn't there either, and you know how that cat follows her like a shadow. Even Mr. Hargrave can't stop Miss Doyle from taking him to class. Miss Doyle stood up to everyone, even the headmaster. He wasn't so sure of himself around her. What about your timetable, Harper? No one is asking you, of course. The great Miss Claire Harper is above all suspicion. Look at this bratty girl. All right. Well, according to her, though, we've got a couple of interesting facts. Doyle wasn't in her office, and the cat follows her everywhere. And there's some drama going on between Doyle and the headmaster. I don't think we need to ask her more about her schedule for now, but this is very intriguing. So it feels to me like maybe we should be trying to reconstruct Doyle's schedule. If we could do that, that might help us. And apparently Doyle and Hargrave were in some arguments. So I think maybe we should try to visit Hargrave, the headmaster, and see what he has to say for himself. Let's check in with the chat. Let's go to the headmaster already. Okay, here we go, headmaster. So Hargrave's office is 30. Or we could go to him directly. We probably want to say both, but let's go talk to him first, I guess. 12. Anna says, my theory is he's the killer. Already Anna thinks that Hargrave is the killer. Okay, that seems a little premature to me. Let's see what he says. Everett Hargrave is 52 years old. He's the headmaster. Speaking to the headmaster is always an ordeal. Miss Harper, I understand perfectly well. You and your classmates are shocked by the events. I am happy to speak to you. However, it is up to the police to investigate this matter. On Miss Doyle, he says, I can't say she was easy to get along with. On Gilbert, he says, I'm nervous, but very competent young man. On Mr. Taylor, he says, a passionate teacher, almost too passionate. Mr. Radomski says, incapable of harming a fly. On Shakespeare, he says, a stupid cat with a nasty habit of always running through people's legs. We could ask for his opinion about Mr. Gilbert's guilt, or we can question him about his schedule for the day. Vogan Hill says, Anna's usually correct, so don't be so dismissive. So today I spent 5 or 6 hours editing video with Adobe Premiere, and so my voice hurts. Now, you're detectives. What does that mean? What's the gap in explanation? I was editing with Adobe Premiere all day. My voice hurts. What do your detective skills tell you? You don't hear me scream on this channel and curse. But when I'm by myself at that computer, there's a lot of screaming going on from me at the computer. It's unpleasant. Okay. So he's got a dialogue thing. We could ask him about things. Let's just keep checking if there are people who have dialogues to the left and right. No, no one else. Everyone has their dialogue pointing right, and we have to have objects to compare with. Okay, well, what do you want to do? I guess you want to ask him about his schedule, right? If you think he's could have been our culprit. Sure feels like the cat is going to play a role in this mystery. All right, let's ask him about his schedule. I want to see if we can't stumble on Doyle's schedule. All right, here he goes. I feel that the loss of Miss Doyle is affecting your judgment, young lady. Must I remind you who you are speaking to? I do not intend to justify myself to you. Not now, not ever. Okay, that was not very helpful. He won't tell us his schedule. Okay, that's kind of fun. But that's not helpful. And asking about Gilbert's guilt, I don't see how that's relevant to anything. All right. I want to find Doyle. We've been to her office. Okay, I want to go back to her office. I want to find out where she is. So I think we need to investigate her office a little more. So I'm going to go into the storeroom and then check the fireplace. I mean, this is our victim. It seems like police work 101. You've got a victim and a suspect. You should be investigating those people first. All right, so I'm going to go to her storeroom first. Also, it would be nice if we could find objects. Like, it makes sense. We're talking to all these people. We want to ask them about objects. We should be looking for objects a bit. All right, let's see what's in her storeroom. Miss Doyle stores her equipment here. It's also where the cat Shakespeare usually naps all day. So it looks like that was Shakespeare's bed that fell over. And here's Miss Doyle marking some school papers. And it looks like Shakespeare's basket fell off the table. What might that suggest? That something scared him? Are we going to find bloody paw marks? I mean, I feel like this is just going to be our bad grade for that girl that she wanted to talk about. These are not that compelling to me. But I suppose we don't know what's going to be found in the basket. Maybe the cat is hiding under here, or maybe the cat has stolen something from our killer and dropped it. I guess we got to look at it. $13. So we're going to look at 13. I wonder if we're approaching our 30 card limit yet. Okay, I want things to ask people about, so I think it makes sense to look for objects. Shakespeare's basket. Good old Shakespeare always naps in Miss Doyle's storeroom. His basket has been turned upside down. Useless. Jesse, check. You're on the 19th card. Okay, good. 19th card. We still got 10 more cards to go before we have to make some guesses. So the pressure's a little bit on us now, though. All right. Let's go back and look in the fireplace. 35. You got places you want to go, you let me know. Okay, let's see what's in her fireplace. We're trying to get some clue as to where she was going, why, etc. Oh, I think we didn't find anything. All right, let's see. Fireplace in Miss Doyle's office. Miss Doyle is known to be sensitive to the cold, so it's not surprising that the fireplace is still warm. At the back of the hearth, you find a piece of burnt cloth. It appears to be slightly stained with blood. Wow, that's interesting. That's us. That's Claire Harper. But no lines to ask anyone about it. All right, so why would there be a burnt cloth with blood on it? And not only that, it appears to be stained with blood. It might be wine. It's been pointed out that there doesn't seem to be a poker here. There's something, but no poker. Chat says, and Tina says, is the poker missing? Logan says, it's a cover-up. Was she killed here? Interesting. Okay. So we've looked in the fireplace. We've looked in the storeroom. In the storeroom, we looked at the basket. We didn't check the papers. That's because we think the paper is just going to be school papers, and it might be implicating that girl, Anna Stark. Doesn't seem like it's that relevant for us. But what is the cloth being burned? And is there a poker missing? Unfortunately, we've got nothing to ask anyone about. But does this suggest that maybe it's time for us to... We did already examine the poker holder and find the poker was gone. And we wondered if the police took it. We haven't looked at the book, though. Feels like we need to look at that book. All right, let's look at that book. Shakespeare Analysis by Alfred William Pollard. The book is a study of William Shakespeare's works by Shakespearean specialist Alfred William Pollard. The book is open to an analysis of the sonnets that mention the Dark Lady. The chair in front of this book has been knocked over. It's not something we can ask anyone about. How strange. Another option is Mai Lin, who seems to have a secret dossier on criminals. Maybe asking her about her opinion would give us information about why she suspects who she suspects. We don't have any information about Doyle's timeline, though. Okay, so let me propose an alternate theory, though. Is it possible that what's happened is Miss Doyle has caught Anna Stark plagiarizing? Is that possible? And that Anna Stark, or one of the students, is about to be kicked out of that school for plagiarism. Because that would be a motive for murder with one of these little spoiled, stuck-up brats. Jonathan says, can we look at the school map? Is the janitor's office near Doyle and the library? Could someone have murdered Doyle in her office, moved her to the library, and used the janitor's supplies to clean up? I believe that we are told that the janitor and the storeroom is over here, connected by a line, and that Doyle's office is not near any cleaning supplies at all. It could kill her and bring her out there, but I'm not sure you'd be able to clean up anything. It does seem like, however, the idea of killing her in her office would explain why her glasses don't go with her to the library. James says, if Doyle was killed in her office and moved, it means it's someone who was seen going in there. Therefore, Anna Stark is one of Mai Lin's suspects. You're saying that's why Anna Stark is on the suspect list, or is that why we need to prioritize Anna Stark more? I think we need to at least rule out Anna Stark. And I think to do that requires us to talk to Anna Stark more. Given that, we could ask her about her schedule. Or we could look at the papers. I think we need to look at these papers. Sorry, it's not this one. It's the storeroom. Now that we think that that Anna Stark could be our killer, is it possible that Anna Stark got blood on her clothing and thus tried to burn it? And then the glasses and the scarf are proof that Doyle wasn't going to the library. And I think perhaps what we should consider is, if we look at what Anna Stark said for a second, she admits that she got a bad mark. So I think now we have to look at those grades, because what if she got a good mark, but then Miss Doyle realized, hey, this girl's plagiarizing Shakespeare. So I want to see those grades and see if she did actually get a mark that she would want to complain about. She claims that Doyle wasn't in her office. Be nice to confirm that. We could confirm it, possibly ask her about her schedule. The other thing that might be interesting is to see if she lies about it. Like, we confronted her and she says, fine, someone told you, right? It would be nice to ask about her schedule to see if she would have revealed that. Everyone hated her, not me. Are they bifocals? They do look like reading glasses, but it's hard to tell back in the 20s. You're right, though. These look like reading glasses, though, but different than regular glasses. All the more reason why, if she was going to the library, you would think she'd have to bring those. All right, let's find our grades, and then maybe I think we ask Anna about her schedule. I suspect little Anna, to be honest. Fireplace desk. Where are... What have I done with the papers? Oh, they're right down there. Okay. Dark lady. Okay. So let us question Anna more and check out the grades. Okay, let's do this first. Right now, I'm narrowing down my suspicions on Anna Stark. That's who's got my attention so far. Okay, let's look at 27. Paper Miss Doyle had marked catches your eye. April Somerset, year 6. April, not Anna. It's April's paper that catches our eye. 7 October, so a week before the murder. Lord Byron and the work of the Bronte sisters. It was 1825, a year after his death, that Emily, Charlotte, Anne, and their brother Bronwell first discovered Lord Byron. They discovered the famous writer's works by reading a magazine. Lord Byron became a source of inspiration for the Bronte sisters from that point on. This can be seen in their works such as Emily Bronte's Wuthering Heights. In this novel, which was a huge success when it was published, the main male character is named Heathcliff. He displays a boldness and violence that was quite unusual and surprising for the time. It's easy to conclude that the behavior described by Emily Bronte is the consequence of her reading of Lord Byron's works. Okay. And the grade is only 4 of 20, and she says she's circle famous. To reduce Lord Byron to a famous writer is criminal. And she said by reading Blackbeard's magazine, she's crossed off Blackbirds and written Blackwoods magazine. Your arguments are hollow and simplistic. Poor work. You should be studying instead of spending your time in the infirmary for non-medical reasons. To ask a question about the time spent at the infirmary, place this card next to the suspect to be questioned. Okay, so in other words, if we talk to April Somerset and we want to quiz her about her spending time in the infirmary, we could show this to her. Unfortunately, that was not what I was hoping to find. On the other hand, we didn't find the bad grade for Anna Stark. Does that mean Anna Stark is lying about her bad grade, or it just wasn't bad enough to catch our attention? Let's see what the chat says. A dead body's heavy. If you struck her with a poker, bleeding heavily, you'd leave a blood trail while you're moving her. It doesn't seem a realistic possibility to me. James says, I don't love it either. April's a suspect on the list, too. James says, although the caretaker could have moved the body and cleaned up, he knows the kid did it, but it's protecting him. That's a reasonable theory. It is a reasonable theory. It's far-fetched, but it's certainly in keeping with this kind of world that someone who didn't like Doyle saw that a kid did it and is trying to cover up for them. I don't know how much I blame Stark. Okay, I'll tell you what I want to do. I want to quiz Anna Stark on her schedule. I'm very curious. I am curious to see. Is she insinuating that here that April is in love with the caretaker? Interesting. There's something I want to see. It seems like the game could have had us do this first, and then she lie about her schedule, and then we question her about it and she admits it. I want to see if when we ask about her schedule, she admits to stopping off at Doyle's office. So I'm going to look at 25. I'm fully aware it could be a waste of time, though. All right. Look at this evil-looking girl. All right. I shouldn't say that. She's just got a smirk. Playing the investigator, are you, Harper? You think you're smarter than the police? I was in class all morning. Do you think you can have marks like mine if you don't pay attention in class? The only time I was late was at lunch. I admit. That nosy Snoop Somerset noticed, and I suppose she came straight to you to tell you all about it, didn't she? You're just the same. Actually, I was with Suzanne Perry. As head of Lanier House, I have to help my friends when they need me. I went with her because she had to change her blouse. She'd stained it with ink during history. Are you happy now? Now you may question Suzanne Perry. So before now, we had no way to talk to Suzanne Perry. Where is Suzanne Perry? She'll do whatever anyone tells her. Anna could have told her, you better pretend to be my alibi. All right, before we move on and make a decision here, let's just see what we get from this. She seems to be she's skipped over the fact that she went to visit Miss Doyle. Right? It was only when we pressed her on it that she admitted, okay, I went there, but there was no one there. She claimed she went there because of a bad grade. Question. Is Anna Stark supposed to know that this all happened in the library? There is a gossip spreading it around, but if the gossip didn't get to Anna, how does she know she's in the library? What does the gossip say? Carolyn shares information with everyone. It happened in the library. Carolyn Hawkins. Shared her information with anyone who would listen and anyone who wanted to listen. All right, so Caroline may have just been told everyone it was the library. Maybe it's not so strange that she knows about the library. It's a little bit suspicious, though. Certainly, it would be nice to talk to Caroline and ask her if Anna heard it from her. If not, then it's suspicious she knows about the library. But here's another thing that's odd. So here's Anna, right? The guy says, what does the guy say about her going into her office? He says, I saw Anna Stark knock on Miss Doyle's door and go into her office. You just go into someone's office when they're not there? This girl waltzes right in. And the cat's not there either? How does she know that? She has to walk into the storeroom to find out the cat's not there. How is this girl sneaking around Miss Doyle's office? Don't you find that suspicious? I think I'm locked on to this girl. I think we're gonna have to talk to Suzanne. I agree that Suzanne is gonna lie to back her up, but maybe we can catch something from the tone of her answer. Let's see how many cards we've done so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. We only have 8 more cards before we've got to start answering some of these questions. Maybe we should take a break. Okay, here's what we'll do. I mean, I am very suspicious of our smirking Anna Stark here. But let's take our 8-minute break. You guys give some thought. There are other places we can go. I am curious about following her down, but maybe it's a mistake to get too fixated on Anna Stark. You guys give it some thought. We'll take our 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll see if we can't do a little bit of what everyone wants. So if you've got someplace you want to go, some person you want to talk to, put it in the chat. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I had a couple thoughts. One trivial thought is it does seem to me like this is a glaring little clue here for us. Like, search the statue. It seems like foolish to ignore this. We don't have any reason to think about this, but we know that there's a window you could get out through. So I wonder if we shouldn't be doing this just because it's so glaring. Another thought I had, though, was we were talking about, let's say our girl Anna Stark here killed her in her office. We found a little piece of blood on a piece of clothing in the fireplace. And we thought, okay, could Anna Stark have killed her in her office and dragged her? And I had a couple of thoughts. The first thought is that we went to the library and we didn't see any blood, right? The only reason we think there's a blood at the scene is sort of this photo here, which seems to suggest the bloody scene where the book was. But then there's all this wine spilled. I wonder if this isn't meant to throw us off the trail. We're told that there's a poker being held by Gilbert, who's trying to CPR her. I'm starting to think there was no blood at the scene because she wasn't stabbed or hit on the head. Like maybe she had a heart attack of some sort. Because otherwise there'd be blood at the library, right? The gossip girl said she was beaten to death with a poker. The gossip girl said, says Anna. Well, is that true? And if so, how much do we believe that? Let's see. Carolyn Hawkins, the head of Barker House, been caught standing over Miss Doyle's body at around 2 p.m. It happened in the library. Gilbert apparently used the poker to beat Miss Doyle to death. Okay, that's good that Anna caught that. I wonder if that's going to turn out to be just a rumor. Well, I think maybe we should talk to Carolyn Parker. We've got several reasons why we want to talk to her, right? We want to talk to her to figure out what she told Anna Stark. We want to talk to her to find out if her gossip is reliable. So I think it was good memory that Anna had of Caroline Stark, but I think Caroline Hawkins. Caroline Hawkins is also one of our suspects, so I think let's talk to her. So was April Somerset. All right, I suggest we talk to Caroline Hawkins, the gossip. See where she learned her information from. And then the other thing I don't want to forget is Anna Stark says she goes into Doyle's office. Doyle's not there. The cat's not there, which suggests that she had to check the storeroom for the cat. I want to see where this guy said he was, because is he alibying Stark? Let me just read this again. So he says in the morning he's Mr. Hargrave. Then he goes to wax the floor in the Robinson wing. Remember where that is. That's right here, near Miss Doyle's office. All right? So he's going to wax the floor here. Or here. Okay. He started yesterday. Today I only had the hallway left to wax. So look, he's waxing the hallway here. Okay? And what does he see while he's there today? Anna Stark knocks on Doyle's door and goes to her office at around 9:50 a.m. So 9:50 a.m., he's waxing the hallway. He sees Anna Stark knock on the door and go in. Unfortunately, he doesn't give us a follow-up. But he says at 11:45, I had lunch in the infirmary and then went back to work at 2. started with waxing the floor of Gilbert's office. So my question for you is he saying that he was waxing this hallway from 9:45 to 11:45 and therefore would have seen Anna Stark leave? Like, isn't it odd he sees her enter? Is he claiming to have been here all until noon and never seen Anna Stark leave? And is he saying, okay, I was working there, and then at 11:45 he goes to have lunch in the infirmary for some reason. And then at 2 p.m. after lunch, he comes and starts waxing Gilbert's office. So my question is he claiming to have been here all the way through 11:45? And if so, what the hell happened to Anna Stark if she went into an empty office? Even if he wasn't there the whole time, think about this for a second. You're waxing the floors. This little girl comes in. Dun, 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 dun. Knock, knock, knock. She walks in. Now, there's someone in that office. So how is it you don't see her leaving? Shouldn't she be in there for like 30 seconds and then leaving? Unless she was pulling some prank or something. But I just don't understand how he doesn't see Anna Stark leaving if the place is empty. I don't understand what she's doing in that office alone, and I don't understand how he doesn't see her. That makes me wonder, though, if we shouldn't check here. Like, are we going to find some information? Or he's lying? Yeah, but why would he lie about this very weird situation? Oh, she's already admitted to going in there. So he didn't make it up. All right, so I think what we should do is, at the very least, I think we need to do this just to see. And talk to Carolyn. Those are the two things I want to do. Okay, so I've got my two things I want to do. We're at card 23, so we've got 7 more cards. I've picked my two. I want to talk to Carolyn and I want to look in here, especially because I want to get more objects to ask people about. So I'm going to go here first, 38. And while I'm doing that, you know I want to talk to Carolyn Hawkins. So if there's other people you want to go, places you want to go, people you want to talk to, you let me know. Ugh, what a waste. Statue of Saint Elizabeth. She's the same as usual. You don't notice anything unusual about it. Well, it may be that one of the pranks was to do something with this. So if we find out about that prank, we'll know that it wasn't done yet. That's a shame. That feels like a useless card. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not related to a prank yet, though. Okay, so the next person I wanted to talk to was Carolyn Hawkins, the gossip. That's number 17. The infirmary is where you might find drugs, too, to poison someone. Oh, look at Caroline Hawkins. She's got a look. That's the gossip of the school, huh? Let's see what Caroline Hawkins has to say. She says, "The police are so stupid. They didn't even notice I spied on their entire conversation with Mr. Hargrave. It's definitely not Scotland Yard they got here, Claire." On Miss Doyle, she says, "Consistent and predictable. The only person who really liked her here was her cat." On Gilbert, she says, "He's too moody." On Mr. Taylor, she says, "He claims to love Miss Doyle, but they disagree on a lot of things about theater and literature." On Mr. Hargrave, she says, "He seems more concerned about the school's reputation than what happened to Miss Doyle." We can ask her about the police's conclusions. We can question her about the medical examiner's opinion and we can question her about her schedule. So she overheard everything. She's got the medical examiner's opinion. All right. Well, I absolutely want to hear about cause of death. So let's ask about the medical examiner's opinion 23 at least before we go on. I mean, surely she's not a suspect. This little gossip hound. The medical examiner believes that Miss Doyle died between noon and 2 p.m. He said he couldn't be more specific because the temperature in the library was too cold or something like that. He also said that he could perform a full autopsy if necessary, since Miss Doyle had no family, but then who would have wanted to marry that old crone? It would be up to Headmaster Hargrave to insist that the police do an autopsy, but Mr. Hargrave doesn't seem too convinced there's a need for one. To ask a question about the autopsy request, place this card next to the suspect to be questioned. So in other words, she's told us that Hargrave doesn't care about the autopsy, so probably we could ask Hargrave why he doesn't want an autopsy. Let's find Hargrave. He's the guy who's all stuck up, doesn't like talking to us. Let's see though. Where is he? Yeah, so if we want to ask Hargrave why he's not getting an autopsy, we could read 51. But something jumped out at me about this. See if anything jumps out to you about this. I think it's more confirmation of our earlier theory about Doyle not going to the library. She doesn't have her reading glasses, and she doesn't like the cold. And it's freezing in the library. And yet she's in the library without her shawl and her reading glasses. It really feels to me like Doyle did not go to the library. She's found in the library, but I don't think she went to the library. I think someone brought her there. Right? Aren't we told she doesn't like the cold? It's so cold in the library. That's why it's so cold you can't even tell time of death. She's in her office with a fire raging because she hates the cold. And she's got her favorite shawl, which she surely would not leave her office without. So I think what we've got is very good circumstantial evidence that our Miss Doyle did not walk herself to the library. Someone brought her there. Now you could ask why. Why would someone move her from her office where where you won't get spotted? It's very dangerous to have to move the body to the library, right? You're having to move it in public through a hallway, through where kids hang out. Why would you take such a risk? Why do you not leave the body in her office? Why will you get caught if you leave the body in her office? Because someone saw you going into her office? That hardly seems worth the risk. Seems like you'd be better off just claiming someone else went in there. But that is a possible reason. James says the only reason to move her is because murderer was seen going into her office. James was following up the same logic I am, and that's Anna. But James says Taylor went there also. I want to find that. I think that's important for us. Where are we told? That's right. He said he went looking for her. The girl said she's missing. She always keeps her appointment. She didn't. So she came to Mr. Taylor. I think that's a good timeline information, too. We need to follow up on the girl who said she was supposed to be met by Miss Doyle. Let's see. Anjalia came to my classroom. Doyle hadn't arrived for their English literature class yet. Okay, I think we need to go talk to Anjali, and find out when that was supposed to be, because that gives us a tighter timeline, right? Like if the literature class was at 11 and Miss Doyle didn't make it, then we've got Doyle dead by 11. We need to talk to Anjali. If we can't talk to her directly, we need to find a way to meet her. Okay, so Anjali has no thing to talk to, so we need to be smart about tracking her down. Okay, this feels like a real honest challenge now, because we know we want to talk to Anjali. We don't know how to. Okay, let's see if we can figure out how to. Anjali came to his classroom full of anxiety. Literature class. All right. And she came to his classroom. We can go to his classroom. She might still be there. Anna says classes started after lunch. You think all the classes started after lunch and that she's not going to give us any more information? You might be right. Still. We could also question her about the police's conclusions. Our gossip. And ask her about her schedule. How would we get to Anjali? We have a way to talk to Suzanne, though. She might know a little bit more about Lanier House people. If we want to find Anjali, if there's any way to find her, it seems like either Taylor's classroom or the dormitories where they sleep, or who's the head of Lanier House and who's the teacher of Lanier House. We talked to Anna Stark. She's the head of Lanier House. And the teacher for Lanier House is Mr. Stone, who we don't have a way to talk to. Okay. All right, let me see. What does the chat want to do? You can go to the dormitories, which is interesting. Let's hear what the police thinks. Why did they arrest Gilbert right away? James says, are the kids in their rooms now? It said they had the rest of the days off. I think we should go to the dormitories. I think maybe all the kids are up there. And so maybe we can talk to a bunch of them. Let's go there. Especially if we suspect one of these kids, we might find some evidence up here. The dormitories are shared by all pupils of the same age group. The houses are not separate. We could examine the school rules, or we could examine the beds. This feels a little inappropriate to me. That we're going to be examining the beds of these little girls. I don't know. That feels like we could get in trouble on YouTube. But I feel like if you're just playing the odds, You got a whole bunch of beds. Surely there's going to be something interesting in these beds. This is so wrong. This is wrong. This is going to get us banned on YouTube. All right, but we're up here. No one's looking. And it's Claire. We're Claire Harper, right? Claire's allowed to look around the beds. It's not me looking around the beds. It's Claire Harper. So I guess we're okay. Let's go. Let Claire look around these beds. Claire's going to learn a little bit about being an adult today. All right, Claire. Let's see what you find. A curious document. You find this hand-drawn map under the mattress of an unoccupied bed. MD AS S. All right. What are we looking at here? Very interesting. Okay, James quickly says, I should bring up my little tablet for these things. James is already angling his way to MVP of today's session. James says, AS Anna Stark. Okay. AS is Anna Stark. MD is Miss Doyle, obviously. And S is Shakespeare. All right. So here's Doyle sitting behind her desk. Where's Doyle's room? Let's take a look at this again. Very intriguing. Is this really all she found in those beds? Or is this what she's like? You don't need to see the rest of the stuff. Okay, let's have a look here. So is she saying that here's Miss Doyle behind her desk. Here's Anna Stark. And then in this room is where Shakespeare is. So Anna Stark is going into the storeroom to... What's the idea here? And there's the couch and the fireplace. Okay, so this is absolutely Miss Doyle's office. And this is absolutely Anna Stark somehow planning to steal the cat or something. And Tina says, everyone says, wonder what the plan was to steal Shakespeare. It's for the challenge. All right, so I got a little theory for you here. The challenge is to steal Shakespeare, who won't leave Miss Doyle's side. They give something to Miss Doyle to knock her out, maybe from the infirmary. And that's why one of these girls is always headed to the infirmary or something. The plan is just to knock her out. So they give her the drink in her wine or something. They knock her out. They go to steal Shakespeare, and something goes wrong, and Miss Doyle does not wake up. Either Anna realizes that she's dead and brings her body to the library, maybe even brings it to the library so that it'll be found. Maybe that's the explanation. Like, you don't want to give away that you've poisoned her, but you want her to be found. James says, we already know the wine was swapped out for vinegar. Who has the wine? That could be a clue the wine was drugged, but they needed to do the pranks in front of all the girls. It's true, the rules said they needed to do the prank in front of the girls, but maybe that just meant they had to show Shakespeare in front of the girls, or the girls are watching outside into the office. It doesn't sound like the girls know. I think maybe you would read that to say, like, the prank, maybe the prank was like that Shakespeare had to be put someplace special. So you'd have to put Shakespeare the cat someplace in front of everyone, but you don't have to show everyone when you steal the cat. And maybe what's being burned is some wine-covered clothing or something. Like maybe the idea is that Anna Stark comes in, she's passed out on her desk, then she's going to steal the cat. She realizes she's not waking up or something. Or it's our backup theory that some adult found her dead and thought the kids had killed her. Or maybe even the guy who's neutral. But I think we're making sense here. I think our theory is pretty good. This is the prank. The prank doesn't work because we see Shakespeare is seen running down the hallway because he's gotten free. Yes, I like this theory. James says, still got to explain the poker in the fireplace with cloth on it. Okay, don't forget, it's not a poker in a fireplace with cloth. It's a missing poker from the library and a piece of cloth in Miss Doyle's fireplace. Though we don't know. So just to remind you, fireplace warm. At the back of the hearth, you find a piece of burnt cloth. It appears to be stained with blood. So don't take this as verbatim. It may appear to be stained with blood, but it could be blood or it could be wine. All right, so that's pretty huge. I think we're narrowing down on a theory now. If we're right, someone's agreeing with Anna, not me. I don't know why that would be, but let's check. Anna says, let's hear the police's opinion. Poisoning someone and beating her to death is very different. Why would they arrest someone beside the body if she was poisoned? All right, I'll listen to the police. I've got my theory, though. She could have fallen down and hit her head, but it is a good question why he was holding the poker, if it's true he was. All right, we'll talk to the police. Let's make sure we have time to put in our theories, though. All right, we got to find the gossip. Here she is, Caroline Hawkins, who heard everything. We can question her about the medical. We did that. We can question her about schedule. We can question her about the police's conclusions. I want to point out one more thing. If it's true, this is interesting. If it's true that the challenge was to steal Shakespeare, and Anna Stark was the one who was supposed to steal Shakespeare, that's information for us, because that means it was the challenge of Lanier House to kidnap Shakespeare, and it must have been it must have been Sydney House or Barker House that assigned that to them, right? That's how it works. One house assigns to the other. We know Robinson assigned the task to Sydney House. Do we know if Sydney assigned back to Robinson? Then we would know that it would be Barker House that would have given Lanier House the assignment to catch the cat. But I want to point out that 2 houses know about the cat kidnapping, if we're right. Well, let's keep that in mind. In fact, I'm going to write down who knows about Shakespeare cat prank. Okay, you wanted Anna was desperate to know with the police. I fear that the police are not going to have any good information here, but I'm willing to give it a look. Okay, 5. I mean, I do like talking to Carolyn Hawkins. She's got a little bit of a smirk. I like these smirks these kids have. For the police, it's a simple matter. Miss Doyle was reading a book at the table in the library when Mr. Gilbert came in. They had an argument for some unknown reason. The overturned chair and poker holder indicate the argument was quite heated. Mr. Gilbert got carried away and hit Miss Doyle with the poker that was lying on the ground. End of story. Their medical examiner confirmed that the fatal wound to her temple is a perfect match to the shape of the poker. But Claire, there was no blood on the poker. None at all. Wouldn't you think the adults would care about that? Well, they don't at all. The investigators concluded that Mr. Gilbert must have cleaned the poker, and it doesn't bother the commissioner at all that he couldn't find the rag that was used to clean it. Believe me, Claire, Shakespeare would make a better police officer. Okay, so this is kind of a clue here. The poker has no blood, but she does have a wound, a fatal wound on her temple that matches the poker. And there's a poker on the ground in the library. I don't know why the guy said he was holding it. And then they say there's no blood on the poker. And they didn't find the rag. They think he cleaned it. They didn't find the rag. So I think we now know what happened here, right? Is anyone else agreeing with me? Look what happened here. They gave her sleeping drugs in her office, and she fell and hit her head, and it killed her. They discover her dead body. Anna does, panics, cleans off the poker, throws the rag in the fire, and it's probably a rag of hers, and brings her into the library where she'll be found, since Anna was seen going into her office. So I think she passed out and hit her head. Either she hit her head on the poker that's here, and they cleaned it and threw it in here, or she hit her head on something that matches basically the poker, like this thing here. John says, odd that there's a missing poker from the library and the office. I'm not sure there is missing from her office. I think this might be it here. And look how it looks very similar to this. Like, here's the poker that's here. And here's these things. I think she was just standing near her fire, keeping warm, and passed out. Bang. Hits her head. Kills her. They wipe it clean. They burn it. They bring her body to the library. All right, so it wasn't useless as I thought talking to the police, but I still feel like our main culprit here is an accidental murder run by Anna Stark. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Wow, we have one more card. We can read one more card before we make our first guess. Let's remind ourselves our questions because we're going to have to try to guess at these now. Is Gilbert innocent? We're going to say yes. If he's guilty, what's his motive? No, he's not. If he's innocent, who is responsible for her death? I guess we're going to say Anna Stark or the entire Lanier house. But it sounds like maybe Anna Stark was the mastermind of it. Now, state the time of Miss Doyle's death to the nearest hour. This is a little weird. I think maybe I wonder if and it goes in at 9:50, right? The coroner puts time of death between noon. So do we think that what's happened here is at 9:50 Anna goes in and swaps out her, like gives her the sleeping pills, puts the sleeping medicine in her wine? Like, this isn't the murder time. This can't be the murder. And she's never murdered. She dies by accident. So we would need to have Anna Stark come back here, is our theory. Not that she killed her now, right? Because the medical examiner puts her time of death. She died between noon and 2, says the medical examiner. He couldn't be more specific. The temperature in the library was too cold. He can't be more specific because the temperature in the library is too cold. Can we think about that a little bit? Let's think about the logic of this. The medical examiner assumes she's been in the cold library the whole time since her murder. So he says, I'm looking at the body, but it's been so cold in here that she could have actually died half an hour ago because so little has happened to her body. The body hasn't aged and gone into rigor because it's cold. Whereas if it was in a warm room, then he would say it had to happen much closer to the time her body was found, right? This is a very interesting sort of not psychological, biological thing for time of death. Think about it. He's saying the body was found in a cold room. Therefore, even though it has a rigor apparent age of half hour, it really could have been 2 hours because it's so slowly developing rigor in this cold room that I can't really tell how long it was. Because everything slowed down because it's a cold room. So if the opposite is true, if the body was really aging in a hot room, and then it's moved to a cold room, and you look at it, and you say, it looks like a hot room age of a half hour, but I'm assuming it could be a bigger window of 2 hours because it's cold, but you know it was in a hot room. That seems like that gives you a much narrower window closer to the time it was found. So that would suggest to me that the 12 p.m. is no longer viable, and you're looking much more like a 1 p.m. And so it says, the weird question is, what's the time of her death to the nearest hour? So your only real options are 12, 1, and 2, but we know our girl snuck in and saw it at 1:30, so it sounded like before the 2 p.m., so that leaves you noon or 1. And I think now we're saying because of this rigor thing, that's more likely to be 1. So I guess if we had to guess, I'd guess 1 p.m. here. Although I'm a little confused about that. It couldn't be earlier, right? It can't be a 10 a.m. death. The hot room does not... Yeah, I don't think that's right. Okay, so I feel like we have answers to all these except for this last one. How would we figure that out? Let's go over our challenges for a second. The Robinsons' challenge was to steal the trophy. We know they didn't do that because Miley was going to scout it out and when she found the body. So that failed. We know that the vinegar was swapped for wines by the Sydney house. That succeeded. We know Robinson gave Sydney their assignment. Do we know who gave Robinson their assignment? That would be important for me. Plan for our challenge to steal the rowing trophy. They just passed the challenge we had set them. One of the challenges that houses would issue each other. Each house had shared its challenge with Mr. Wadowski, who was neutral. For our part, the challenge was to do this. So, go there. Just see this for a second. Gilbert is Barker House teacher. Well, that's not related. I'm just trying to figure out if the Robinson challenge was given by the Sydney house to Robinson and Robinson gives Sydney, so that these two would give each other. I'm kind of suspecting that one of the challenges was to do something with the statue, and we know that didn't happen. So I almost feel like so if that's true, if my theory is right, then I would agree with Antina that only one challenge could be completed. That's a pretty big leap, though. But I guess what I'm trying to say is the cat was the assignment of the Lanier house. We know that was Anna's plan, and that didn't get succeeded because Shakespeare escaped. So that failed. Robinson didn't get a chance to do theirs because the body was found. Sydney House did achieve theirs. And my guess is that Barker House had an assignment that involved the statue, and it failed, and it didn't happen. But that's based on very little more than looking at that statue. How might we answer that, though? Why are we so sure that Barker House didn't achieve their prank? Okay. So who's the head of Barker House? Which kid runs Barker House? Is it Caroline Hawkins? And if so, have we quizzed her all we can? These are so stupid. Well, we can't ask someone about that plan. So we could ask April about her grade. Doesn't seem that useful. We could, I mean, we think Anna did it. So talking to Suzanne Perry, we think Suzanne Perry's a pushover. She'll do what anyone says, but that might mean that we could pressure her to tell us the truth. We could also ask Caroline about her schedule. What does this say? I just had a thought that, like, could this be a prank on him about his smoking? Probably not. Oh, it's getting a little warm in here. I'm gonna have to turn on the air conditioner. James says, talk to Suzanne. She might slip up about the Stark. Who runs Barker House? Gilbert runs Barker House. Well, we can't talk to him. All right, so I see two potential places we could talk to. We could talk to Caroline Hawkins, who's part of the house that... Boy, that's loud. Surely you can hear that. Surely you can hear the air conditioner now. I mean, I know you can't hear it while I'm talking. While I'm not talking. But can you hear it while I'm talking? Surely? All right, so I see two possible places where we could learn about the pranks. One would be Caroline, who is part of Anna's house, so she might know about the plan to capture Shakespeare. So asking about her schedule might be useful, although we think Anna's doing most of the work. We could talk to Suzanne about... She's Anna's alibi. I guess we need to talk to her. I guess we kind of need to talk to her. But if we have a better way to find out about the pranks, it would be nice to get all of our answers in time. And I'm afraid that Suzanne is not going to help us with that. All right, I want the channel to vote on this. Where do you want to go for this is the last card before we have to register our earliest answers for our best score. Your choices are, we could talk to April Somerset. She's the girl that got the bad grade. We don't think she's related to this. We could ask Carolyn Hawkins about her schedule. She's the gossip. We can talk to Suzanne Perry, the pushover, who Anna is using as her alibi. Wait a second. I went with her because she had to change her blouse. She stained it with ink during history. I wonder if that's a lie about the blood that they cleaned up in the... I wonder if it's going to turn out that she lost her blouse or something. Also, look at this that we missed. I suppose she came straight to you. The Snoop Somerset noticed she was not at lunch. So, in other words, we were saying April Somerset might be talked to because she's got the bad grade, right? But actually, what we've overlooked is that Anna has now let slip that Somerset is the person who noticed that Anna didn't show up. So we thought, oh, okay, April Somerset, this is why she's related to our case, because of her bad grade. But now our little culprit here, our little suspect, Anna, is like, I suppose Somerset told you that that I was late for lunch. So I'm going to make a note that Somerset noticed Anna missing. Although I'm not sure Somerset will have anything more to say other than I saw her missing. But now we've got reasons to talk to 3. What's your schedule to Hawkins? I feel like we should talk to Suzanne Perry. Oh, 2 people want to talk to Somerset now, huh? Really? I mean, because the thing is, it's a really good catch. It's just, what is she going to tell us? She's going to tell us that she noticed that Anna was missing, but we already know that. She's already copped to it. And Somerset is in the Sydney house. They've already achieved their goal. That's Snoop Somerset. Well, okay, they're all useful. We're going to go to all 3 of them. We're going to go to Somerset. We're going to go to Suzanne Perry. The only question is, where do we go for our last card before we answer questions? And I think for that, we need to go to the person most likely to know about any last pranks. So I am going to Ah. The thing that's bothering me is that the only prank we don't have no idea about is the Barker House prank. We know their prank, we know their prank, we know their prank. We don't know what this house's prank is. So I feel like maybe we need to be pushing Caroline Hawkins about her schedule. That's the only person in the Barker house. I'm gonna override the channel. Anna says, whatever, just go. All right, Anna, take it easy. We have to be serious about this game. I made mistakes on my previous playthroughs, and I don't want to make those same mistakes again. I'm going to Carolyn Hawkins. I know no one in the channel wants me to. I don't have high hopes she's going to come clean. Someone wants to see the statue first. Okay, here's the statue. Let me clear the voting, especially since I'm not following it. You don't notice anything unusual about it. Is there something we're not noticing? Looks normal. All right, so I hate to do this to the channel, but I am going to ask Carolyn about her schedule. I'm hoping she's going to come clean about trying to work on the prank. The long shot, but it's the closest one. She's got that devilish little grin, like she knows something. All right, let's see. Well, Claire, it's a good thing I'm too young to have committed the crimes in Whitechapel. Otherwise, you'd have suspected me of being Jack the Ripper. Like the rest of Barker House, I was in class all morning. We had sport with Gilbert, history with Hastings, lunch, and then drama with Taylor. Our whole class was together from 8 a.m. until Miss Doyle's body was found. You can check. You won't find anyone to blame here. As for the Barker House challenge, we already completed it yesterday, but nobody noticed it yet. On the other hand, I saw Suzanne Perry arrive late to the dining hall at lunch. She was with another girl, but from where I was sitting, I couldn't see who it was. And then another option to question Suzanne Perry. So she sees Suzanne Perry with Anna. So they are together, I think. Well, not clear, but okay. So let's take a moment and appreciate my decision-making skills. Not only was I right to chase down our little Caroline Hawkins, not only did it pay off and did she confess she was up to the prank, but she actually changed our answer. Our answer was one prank, but now we know the full real answer is 2 pranks got completed. And I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't do something here that hasn't been noticed. But there you have it. So our long shot paid off, and we have a different answer. Okay, so I made a scan of this so we could fill it in. So let's fill it in, and then we'll take a break. No, not this one. Where is our quiz? Okay, so here's our quiz. Is Mr. Gilbert innocent? And our answer is yes. He's innocent. We're answering that at the 5-card mark. If he's guilty, what's his motive? We're saying that's not applicable. If he's innocent, who is responsible? And we're saying Anna Stark. and maybe the whole Lanier house, right? State the time of Miss Doyle's death to the nearest hour. We're a little bit confused about this, but I think we're thinking it's 1 p.m. Just because it seems like it can't be as late as 2 because of when our girl saw the body, and that it's on the shorter window than the police think because it was in a hot room originally. So we're saying 1 p.m. It just says to the nearest hour. How many challenges were completed? Here's the one we're going to score our extra points on. We're saying 2. Is there a mustache on the shadow, on the statue? Is there? All right, we filled out our answers. Does anyone disagree with any of them? Let's take a look at this. No, there's no mustache. Maybe it's something we're not meant to see, like something at the back or something. Jonathan says, I don't like Anna because of the cleanup. Maybe the janitor helped them afterwards. Well, there could be some more details. Anna says, a black eye, or is it just a shadow? Boy, you guys really think there's something to see here, huh? Let's take a closer look. If the prank is a black eye, that's an old statue. That's not a visible prank. I just don't see it. Saint Elizabeth, I don't see it. I don't think if there's a prank on the statue, which there might not be, it's nothing visible to us. Can we see the other statue image on the cover? Statue image on the cover of the box? There's no statue image on the cover of the box. Do you mean on the cover of the introduction sheet here? Was there a statue? No, sorry, I gotta move this. I'm not sure what statue you mean. Do you mean this? The yearbook had a statue image. That's interesting. All right. Oh, yes, it did. Okay. I mean, it does have a mustache on this cover, but this is Claire's book, so I don't think the Barkers did that. Claire has written all over hers. But you could compare this to this and see if you notice anything different. So Claire has drawn eyebrows and a mustache. Everything else looks the same. All right, doesn't matter. It's not relevant for us now. Good ideas, though. Good idea to check that. All right, so we're going to take an 8-minute break. We've answered our first set of questions, and now we can go through a lot more cards more rapidly without having to be paranoid about when to make our next guesses until the next 40 or so. Oh, Jonathan disagrees. Okay, this is important. Anyone who disagrees with those votes should speak up now. Like, if you want to get credit, if you want to be MVP for this case, you got to come on the record right now with different answers. So if anyone thinks number 3, number 4, number 5, if anyone has different answers, speak now in the chat. Anna says, also, if they did the prank and no one discovered it, it means it's not true that you have to do it in front of the whole school. Good point. Maybe it was only that specific prank the assignment was to do it in front of the whole school. Anyway, okay, so you in the chat, you get on the record if you disagree. Jonathan is on the record saying he thinks the janitor is responsible. Remember, it doesn't say who cleaned it up. So even if you think the janitor cleaned it up, but the kids poisoned her, then the answer is here still. Okay, we'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. A little bit of discussion in the chat here. Let's check in. John says, if the janitor's helping them clean up, which would make the most sense, why would he mention Anna going to the office at all? I agree with that. Anna says, I agree with Jonathan that this story isn't very realistic, but that was my main problem with Box 1. The game mechanisms were cool, but the stories were silly and unrealistic. Well, that wasn't my problem with Box 1, so I'm feeling significantly more positive about this Box 2 than I was with Box 1. But part of that is having this group here and treating this more seriously. John says, how many cards are left? This might be a pretty long stream. It's a good point. I think we've played through 30, and I think there's 50 something. 50, I don't know, 52 or so cards. So we still have quite a few left. But we can go a little more quickly till we get near the end. James says, if the caretaker isn't involved, him seeing Anna go to the office at 9:50 and not coming out is true. She was in there until at least 11:45 when he leaves for lunch, busy cleaning up with what? Actually, that wasn't quite my reading. What the case I was making is, he says he sees her go in at 9:50. And my point was, if she is just going in and then seeing no one's there and leaving, then surely he would see her leave. But if she's in there for like a 10-minute meeting, a 15-minute meeting, then it seems more realistic that she could actually leave and not be seen. So I'm not sure that she's in there the whole time. In fact, I think we might have evidence that she isn't. But what I was thinking this story is then, is that she goes in at 9:50 to poison her, to give her sleeping liquid, and then comes back later and finds her dead. Not that she was in there the whole time. So actually, that was making me think, like, if we look in our woman's office, can we see any liquid? Like, has she brought her wine or something? Did we hear somewhere else that our woman, Miss Doyle, likes wine? I can't remember if we read that somewhere. It seems like we might have. That's kind of important. Does anyone remember reading that Miss Doyle liked her wine? He says from 7 to 8 he had breakfast with Miss Doyle. She enjoyed her tea, toast, and orange marmalade like she did every day. She's a woman of habit, and I think maybe we're going to find out that she has her tea every afternoon. And that's what they put sleeping pills in, which is why I think if we go to the infirmary, we're going to find that there's some missing sleeping pills or something. But I did want to see about the wine. Do we have any understanding of her drinking wine? I don't see any wine in any of the diagrams, unfortunately. So no one knows about Doyle's schedule and whether she likes her afternoon tea. Was Miss Doyle at lunch with the others? I don't think she was. All right, well, let's not go crazy. Let's talk to some more people. Let's do our research of the things we wanted to do before. We wanted to talk to Suzanne Perry, and we wanted to talk to Julianne, or sorry, Somerset, April Somerset. So let's do that. Let's talk to Perry first. Card 26. There's our Suzanne Perry, the girl that can be bullied around. Let's see if we can't convince her otherwise. She says, I was with Suzanne Perry, head of Lanier House. I have to help my friends when they need me. I went with her because she had to change her blouse. She'd stained it with ink, so she was late for lunch. And then the other girl tells us she saw something. Yes. The other girl, the gossip, says, I saw Suzanne Perry arrive late to the dining hall at lunch. So that does seem like the two of them were together. So I believe her alibi is true that she was with Suzanne, but I think we're going to find that Suzanne has gotten roped into covering up this murder. Maybe we can challenge her on something, though. Oh, yeah, here we go. Why are you questioning me? Do you think I had something to do with it? All this because someone saw me entering the dining hall late at lunch? I was just a few minutes late, and because I was in the loo, that's all. Suzanne's voice begins to tremble. I don't know anything about what happened. Nothing at all. Overcome by emotion, Suzanne seems lost and begins to sob. Leave me alone, Claire. She turns and leaves you abruptly, unable to hold back her tears. You knew Suzanne was shy and sensitive, but you never thought that Miss Doyle's death could have put her in this state. Yeah, okay, well, this is really locking us down. I mean, Suzanne has been roped into helping Anna Stark cover up the death. It could not be more clear. It could not be more clear that Suzanne is in way over her head. Too bad we can't question her about something, because this woman would fold like a wet towel with a little bit of pressure. All right, but that's it. She's not going to talk anymore to us. She's totally freaked out. She'll be confessing before morning. All right, so that's Suzanne. Now, let us talk to our Hopper girl. April Somerset is not going to be as easy. April Somerset is going to be a little more strong-willed. I have a feeling. "11 years old. She's a pupil in Sydney House. Like I told you, Claire, you're not like most of the other girls at school, so I'm going to tell you this." Oh, she said, I like you, Claire. You're not like most of the other girls at school, so I'm going to tell you this. I honestly don't care about Miss Doyle's death. She wasn't the nicest teacher in the school, and given her age, she had to go sometime. Hope you're not shocked, but you wanted the truth, right? Her thoughts on Miss Doyle. She's a bitter old woman. Only living thing she was interested in was Shakespeare. On Gilbert, he makes us want to win, but I think that's great. On Mr. Taylor, he's always exaggerating. It upsets Miss Doyle, and for once, I agree with her. Mr. Hargrave, not very understanding. And Mr. Wadowski, he's very smart. He should have a bigger role at our school. We can question her about her schedule. I mean, we don't think she did anything, so I'm not inclined to worry about her schedule. We do know that she saw... I guess the reason we're talking to her is not because we think she murdered anyone. It's because our girl Anna has admitted It's because Anna has admitted to... Anna suspects this girl told us about her. She says, I was late for lunch, I admit it. That nosy Snoop Somerset noticed. So, if we're gonna catch her, I guess we need to follow up with April Somerset. Doesn't feel like it's much. All right, the channel is worried about the other people. Oh, we can show her the bad paper. Yeah, but we don't think we could show her the bad paper. It's absolutely true. This seems like we can challenge her on her paper, but I don't for a minute believe she's the killer. So I feel like this is just gonna get her to deny it and say, okay, it's true. This is like a fake motive. So I don't even think we bother with that. But I am gonna ask her about her schedule, because maybe that'll clear her anyway. And I'm hoping she'll have more details about seeing Anna and her friend and where they were. So I'm gonna go to 50. April Somerset. Look at that haircut. I admire your perseverance, Claire. You don't give up. I was in class all morning, except at the break when I went to see Mr. Hargrave. He called me in because he thinks I'm not working hard enough. But of course, I can't tell him that I don't give a fig about school. After the morning classes, I didn't feel well, so I went to the infirmary. Mr. Wadowski was with me until the body was found. Okay, so after morning classes, it sounds like Wadowski and her are hanging out in the infirmary. That gives him an alibi, so he's not the killer, if you ever doubt it. By the way, if you're looking for suspicious behavior, I can tell you that on my way to the infirmary, I saw Suzanne Perry heading towards the dining hall for lunch. She was with another girl whom I only saw from behind. In any case, they were late for lunch. All right, so more information confirming that Anna and Suzanne were heading towards the dining hall. On my way to the infirmary, I saw them heading towards the dining hall. Can we see on our map if that's consistent with coming from the office? Let's see. So, on my way to the infirmary, morning classes, I didn't feel well. She's in Hargrave. I was at class all morning, except at break when I went to see Mr. Hargrave. After the morning classes, I didn't feel well. Well, not clear exactly what, but what? She's going to the... She may be coming from here. We know she's going towards the infirmary, which is here. So let's see if we get this right. She's coming, I guess she could go this way, but not through the kitchen. So she's going this way to the infirmary. And as she is, she sees Suzanne Perry heading towards the dining hall this way. So maybe they're in front of her, maybe they're behind her, but that is consistent with them being late for lunch because they've just been in the office. They've just moved Doyle to the library and now they're rushing back to lunch. It's like 12:15 or so. So there's our timeline. 12:15. They're heading this way. He's heading that way. All right, all consistent, I think. I don't think there's any point questioning her about her grades. I suppose, though, I mean, you never know what you could find. If we question her about her grades, she could say something like she went to meet with Doyle, but Doyle wasn't there. That could give us more information. But otherwise, I don't think we need more information about April. April's in the infirmary all the time, but not because she's ill. She just doesn't like going to classes. And I think that's the answer. She's not having an affair with the infirmary guy. She just doesn't like going to classes. She goes and hangs out in the infirmary. But I think and she's given us an alibi for someone, right? Maybe we should mark that down somewhere. I mean, I made a copy of this. So it feels like Ladovsky is the guy she's alibying April, right? So April and Ladovsky feel like they're alibied, or at least, I mean, and I feel like we got Caroline's alibi. I mean, I'm not like being too careful with all this information, but Anna feels like doesn't have an alibi. And I don't know, we haven't been keeping track of much of this. Okay, how about we go to the infirmary? How does everyone feel about that? Surely everyone's up for that. 41. Maybe we can get some evidence. I think we're going to find some sleeping pills is what I think, and that's what we need. And tea. Can we go to the kitchen yet? Not really. All right, come on. Let's see if we can't find the sleeping pill powder and lock this thing down. There's the infirmary. It's just beds you can hang out in. Chessboard. Okay. So we could examine the chessboard or examine the register. Not sure why we'd examine the chessboard, but let's see if we can find the register and see if someone took out some sleeping pills. Could our girl be collecting sleeping powder at the infirmary? And that's why she's always there? I don't think so. She's in the wrong house. That house didn't have to prank. Okay. And she doesn't care about school, so she doesn't care about bad grades. If we have enough cards, I think it's worth double checking the April and caretaker alibi. Okay, fair enough if we have enough cards. Okay, let's examine the register first. We do the most important things first. 45. The register at the infirmary. Okay, here we go. Mr. Wadowski writes everything down in it. Thursday, 8 a.m., Mr. Taylor. What does it say? Mr. Taylor something. 11:50, April Somerset. A stomach ache. She just had to rest. She just wants out of classes. Recommend until 3:15. The two of them are sweet on each other, like in a non-romantic way. But I think the caretaker likes April. She's a troublemaker. She doesn't like school. She comes in there when she pretends to get away from classes. What does this say? Mr. Taylor, what? Aspirin? Yeah, it kind of looks like aspirin. Okay, now are we going to find someone got sleeping powder? Come on, give me the sleeping powder. Purchases. Parquet wax, that's for waxing the floor. Surgical spirit. Bandages. Acacia honey for mephs. Doyle's daily dose of tea. That's it. She's drinking her tea. 6 bulbs. Former treatment for Shakespeare. Okay, so Doyle has her tea every time. What tea is she drinking? What does he think these things say? First of all, what's acacia honey? Are any of these sleeping powders? Surgical spirit. That sounds like what you might use. You could put someone to sleep. But Doyle's daily something tea. This is surely what she's known to drink her tea every day on schedule. Although we're told she does it in the morning. I think this may be the key. I think we know when she drank her tea, so I think maybe what we'll be looking for is one of our girls being able to place them at the time of the tea, is my theory. Okay, so we think this is just her daily dose of sunny tea. What is this Akasha honey? Don't know. And what is the cat getting treated for? Wormer? Is it worms he's getting treated for? That wouldn't put you to sleep. Surgical spirit wouldn't put you to sleep either. But would Akasha honey put you to sleep? Like something's got these girls don't have sleeping powder, so what are they using to knock her out? Chloroform? No, surely not. Those girls, now that's going too far. But what about this? To ask a question about a visit to the infirmary, place this card next to the suspect. So we could question if someone went to the infirmary. Doesn't feel right. Okay, what about what was I thinking for a second? Oh, I wanted to make this point. From 7 to 8, I had breakfast with the staff. Miss Doyle was there. She enjoyed her tea, toast, and orange marmalade like she did every day. Is this the only time Doyle drinks her tea? And if so, should we be looking for a girl who could have doped up her tea at 8 a.m.? Are we now finding it harder to believe that the girls... I still think it's clearly still the girls. But what did they use to poison her? Not poison. What did they use to knock her out? Can we question April Somerset about her visits to the... So we could question, if we wanted, April Somerset about her visits to the infirmary. But she's admitting she goes to the infirmary, so I'm not sure what she'd say. We could question Taylor about his visit to the infirmary. If that doesn't say aspirin and it says some sleeping pill, it doesn't really look like aspirin, does it? Is it meant to look like aspirin, but it's really more some strong sleeping pill? Is it We could ask him about it. And it says ask her about the infirmary. All right, I'm going to ask her about the infirmary. I think I might have to ask Taylor about the infirmary. But I'll start with asking her. Maybe she spotted something there that will jog her memory. Look how angry she looks. I don't want to mess with this girl. Did you go through Miss Doyle's things or Mr. Ladowski? What if Mr. Hargrave were to find out? Don't worry, I won't say anything. Guess we like each other enough to trust each other, right? I'm going to tell you something, and I'm trusting you to keep it a secret. Yes, I go to the infirmary a lot, and no, I'm not sick. I go to the infirmary to play chess with Mr. Wadowski. First time I saw him, I was fascinated by his gorgeous chessboard. He taught me to play. He says I'm pretty good. Since then, I've spent as much time as possible training and studying books about chess. It's much more exciting than Lord Byron, believe me. At 11:45, I went to see Mr. Taylor, who was getting us ready to go to the dining hall. I told him I wasn't feeling well and that I wouldn't be having lunch with everyone. All right, so this is exactly what we thought of little Somerset, who I'm quite fond of. She likes chess. She doesn't care about school. She's not our killer. No doubt in my mind. No doubt in my mind. But how is our person getting sleeping pills? How are our kids getting sleeping pills into the tea? Surely that's their plan. Surely that's right. On the morning, Mr. Taylor got aspirin. That doesn't help us. Wormer treatment. That's not going to put... That is what it says, right? Wormer treatment. Or something treatment. Hammer treatment? Hanmar? Looks like... Surely it's the wormer or something, but boy, I thought for sure we were going to catch them. I suppose just because there's no purchases of sleep. Why would a school have sleeping pills now? Cats could have Horner syndromes. I don't know what that is. Horner syndrome. And what kind of tea is she getting? Daily dose of what tea? Maybe it doesn't matter. What's Akasha honey and who's MEFS? MEFS. Is that one of our people? MEFS. Don't know who that would be. You can question people about it, but who would we question about it? The only thing I can think of to ask about it is Mr. Taylor, who came in for aspirin. Here's an idea. Let's think about this for a second. From 7 to 8, I had breakfast with the staff. Miss Doyle was there. Breakfast with the staff. If that's where she was, given her doctored tea, we should talk to these people. Who else had breakfast with him? Mr. Taylor came in for aspirin at 8. Is it because he had some of this tea also and was feeling bad? He had a sip of it and started to feel bad? Where's Taylor? I think we got to ask him about this. Maybe there's a reason he needed aspirin, because he had a sip of her tea and felt sick. Timothy Taylor. We can't ask him about that. What about asking Wadowski, who runs the infirmary, about his register? Anna says, Horner syndrome is a common neurological disorder of the eye and facial muscles caused by dysfunction of the sympathetic nervous system. With many cats that develop Horner syndrome, there is a recent history of trauma hit by a car. That doesn't seem like the game would want you to need to know that, but I'm more inclined to do this. I wonder if we ask him about his registry, he might tell us something about this. Let's do this. 20. I hope he doesn't just talk about little what's her name? The school, April Somerset, the skipper. Okay, let's see what he says. Ugh, he's always talking about this. Can you keep a secret, Claire? You've seen the chessboard in the infirmary, haven't you? It's a very important object to me. It belonged to my father. It's the only souvenir I have of my life in Moscow. I often play chess against April using that chessboard. She's a very good chess player. She'll go far, that's for sure. She comes and plays often, and yes, from time to time she pretends to be sick to come practice here. I've let Mr. Gilbert in on the secret as we're considering entering April in some regional tournaments. Miss Doyle must have suspected something because she hinted at it a few times. I'm afraid she told Mr. Hargrave about it, but as long as April's grades stay up, she'll be fine. But if not, I don't think Mr. Hargrave will let us continue training her. Ugh, now April has a good motive to kill her, but I don't believe it. But James has voicing my concerns here. It's looking increasingly unlikely the kids could drug her tea. Yeah, this is my concern now. I'm afraid we may have to look at our chess prodigy and quiz her on her grades now. Because if this guy is telling the truth about Doyle suspecting it and telling Hargrave, as long as April's grades stay up, she'll be fine. But if not, I don't think Mr. Hargrave will let us continue training her. And here we have evidence that she's about to get flunked by Doyle. I think we may have to quiz her about this now. Can we talk to the cook about the tea? How do we talk to the cook? I'd love to. There's no way to talk to anyone in the kitchen. But we haven't been to Hargrave's office, and we haven't talked to him about April and the chessboard. We haven't even looked at the chessboard. Is it possible there's blood on the chessboard? All right, we need to, I think, as much as I hate to think it's April, I think we have to consider April as a suspect now. But we're so sure that Anna and the other girl found her. But is it possible that Anna and the other girl just stumbled onto the body, but didn't actually do the killing? Oh, this is rough. I just have a hard time believing it's April. But she calls Doyle a bitter old woman. All right, I think we're going to have to chase down this lead. If someone knows how to meet the cook, you let me know. We can look through our cards again. It's going to be time to count them soon anyway, because we need to enter any new guesses. But I gotta press her on this. I'm going to ask her about her bad grade, 40. Oh, we already did, apparently. I don't remember, but I guess we did. I have to collect all these cards here. I guess we already asked her about her grade, huh? She came clean about her infirmary. Maybe there was a different way to get it. Sorry, I want you guys to be able to see this too. She says, did you go through the stuff? Okay, I'll tell you the truth. I went to see Taylor, dining room. Okay, so we did quiz her about it. Do you think we should look at the chessboard? Is it possible there's some blood on that would implicate little April Somerset? Anna says if it's April, then it wasn't an accident. Yeah. Just feels like it's not going to be relevant for us. I'm going to put this aside. We'll do that if we don't have anything better to do. I think, wait a minute, here's Hargrave. Where's the infirmary again? I feel like questioning people more about the infirmary. Oh, we can't do that. He won't tell us about his schedule. Hmm. I feel like we've almost seen everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 37, we got 8 more before we have to answer. Let's see. We should separate all the cards we didn't finish yet, then leave numbers we haven't looked up. Okay. So Melee, we could ask about what happened when she surprised Gilbert, or ask her opinion about the school staff. We haven't done that yet. We may not have asked everybody about the infirmary. And Hargrave, we didn't ask about Gilbert's death or other stuff. We haven't done this card yet either. I'm going to get out all the cards that could possibly, we may have more stuff to do with. Okay. We haven't gone all the places here either. And we haven't, have we talked to all these people? We talked to Miwei, we talked to April Somerset, we talked to Anna Stark, and we talked to Caroline. We talked to Hargrave, we talked to Taylor, and we talked to Ladovsky. So we've done everything on those. All right. We asked April about her schedule. We asked April about the papers. We didn't ask him about Gilbert's guilt. I don't know if we asked him about his schedule. We checked all the places on that card. I don't know that we asked him about Miss Doyle. Let me just see. 2 card 2. Okay, so we haven't asked him, Taylor, about Miss Doyle. That could be interesting. There's her. We asked Anna all about her schedule, but we haven't. I'm going to put cards here that we might quiz someone on. Anna's got lots of cards. Okay, we did Suzanne. We finished him. Hargrave. Suzanne Perry. Boy, we got lots of cards talking to Anna Stark. Okay. To ask questions about Mr. We asked about that. Statue, nothing to do. Letter, nothing to do. It's his speech. The cat bed. There's this. We've yet to use this. Don't put that there. We examined those papers. No sign of any tea. Nothing to do with that. Nothing to connect to that. We looked at these places. We looked at these places. We found his letter. There is that. But that's just weird. And I'll put her here. Gilbert's diary was not very useful. There's Somerset again, who says she went to Mr. Taylor, who was getting ready to go to the dining hall. We asked her about Suzanne. This girl panicked. Nothing to do there. That's our gossip hound. That's the burned blood cloth. Here's our gossip hound again, can be asked about things, and the dormitories. Okay, so we didn't check out the school rules. Don't know why. But these look like the cards. These are the main cards we haven't done stuff with, and then we've got some cards that we've done all the things on, but they look like they can be combined in ways that we might not have done. I'm inclined to go to the places we haven't been here. We've been to Doyle, we've been to the library, we've been to the down to the dormitories. We haven't been to Taylor's classroom, and we haven't been to Hargrave's office. So I suggest that we go to these places next. So let's do that. Let me put these in a pile here. These two we haven't finished. I wonder though, like these could give us objects we could ask people about. I wonder if the school rules would be something we could ask someone about. Just seems like a real... I'll tell you what. I'll bet you that was the prank. I'll bet you they changed the school rules. So I don't think I even have to look at that. That's my guess there. Chessboard could have some blood on it though. But wouldn't the guy notice? So I'm thinking that's probably not important. Okay, so let's do this. Let's go to the two places we haven't been. Let's start at Taylor's classroom and then go to Hargrave's office. 37. Here we go. Mr. Taylor's classroom. Remember, he's the drama teacher. Don't see anything important there. Oh my God, it's the cat. It's the cat. It's the cat. It's the cat and the girls' desks. This is pretty huge. Attempt to approach Shakespeare. You know what we're going to approach Shakespeare with, don't you? Shakespeare is going to want to see her scarf. He's going to recognize her scarf, and that's going to let him befriend us. Here we go. Attempt to approach Shakespeare. Here we go. What evidence is he going to have on him? Blood on his feet? What's that going to tell us? I think that's just going to tell us she was killed in her room, but let's see. Oh, he doesn't look happy. As usual, Shakespeare is hard to approach. However, you notice he's not wearing his collar. What? How does that help us? What does that mean? You can't do anything. I was sure we were going to get to show him something. What does it mean? Where's his collar? He normally wears a collar? Was that the task? Was the task to get Shakespeare's collar? I was so sure we were going to use this stuff to get him. There's no way to combine him, though. What do we do with him? Anna agrees with me. Maybe the prank was to steal his collar. All right, well, I don't know what we can do with him, so I just put him off to the side. Let's stick with this, though. Let's examine these two things, the girls' desks and the teachers' desks. Let's start with the girls' desks, since we had good luck with their beds. Whoa. It was under a desk in Mr. Taylor's classroom. A pupil probably used it to stop some slight bleeding. In any case, the injury must have been minor. You know what this is, don't you? Who knows what this is? Remember, don't get us banned from YouTube. I feel like this whole case is going to get adult males in trouble if you do it. That's not the answer. I think what we're looking at here is scratches from the cat. So one of the girls took the collar off the cat and got scratched up by the cat, and that's what this is from. It's not what the rest of the audience was thinking. Okay, let's put that away. We've got nothing to do with it. We've done these two. Now we go to the teacher's desk, 47, I guess. Mr. Taylor seems to have saved an old document drawn up by the school's governing body. Okay, let's see what he saved. Minutes of the board meeting of 09 January 1919, a long time ago. Participation in the Midlands Inter-School Rowing Championship. Hiring of Mr. Wadowski as caretaker. It's noted that Mr. Wadowski presented a medical degree earned in 1897 from Moscow Medical University. He will thus act as the board's nurse while a replacement is sought for Miss Branson. A study week in Scotland for all Year 6 pupils will take place in June. Parents will be asked to make a small financial contribution. The accompanying staff will be selected at the next board meeting. Agreement in principle to the appointment of Mr. Taylor as the Robinson House teacher after Miss Doyle's retirement, which is expected to take place within the year. Renovation on the gymnasium, study of 2 quotations, purchase of new easels for art classes. I don't see how that helps us. He obviously is hoping to get the new job as Robinson House teacher, or maybe when she retires within the year. 1991, it's 1921. I guess she never retired. That might make him upset. But I mean, the chat is talking about how this might give him a motive, but I just don't see it. One of the things I did was I looked at Anna and I looked at Anna and saw what she thought of the teacher to see if she was sort of loyal to him, but she doesn't. She makes fun of him, so she's not going to alibi him. I don't see how this really helps us, to be honest. That's a bit of a disappointment. So we finished this whole card. That's a shame. Okay. I think we still have some cards left before we have to make our next guesses. Is anyone keeping track? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 20, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40, 41. So we've got 5 more cards. I'm going to keep track of them separately, so I don't have to keep recounting. We've got 5 more cards before we have to make our next guesses. Okay, so Jonathan's keeping track. Okay. All right, well, let's finish our thing. Let's go to Hargrave's office. I'm kind of actually curious about Hargrave because he went to the infirmary, he had dinner, he had tea with her at 8, so he might have some information, even though he's not talking much to us. Can we actually ask him about his infirmary visit? Where is he? We can't. He's all the way up here. He won't tell us about infirmary visit. Where is infirmary visit? He doesn't line up with the infirmary card. So, okay, but maybe at his office. Okay, let's go to his office, 30. Headmaster Hargrave's office. Okay, so I can see closet doors open. Something doors open. It looks a little scary in there. Papers on the desk. Not much else to see, though. All right, let's open it up. Open the cupboard, review the class timetables, or examine the picture. So this is card 42 we've done. All right, well, I think the cupboard, Claire Harper is really sneaking around. Anna wants to look at the picture, huh? All right, let's go with Anna. Go to 29. She's chief detective. See if it's useful to us. It's an old class picture sitting on the shelf in Headmaster Hargrave's office. You'd never noticed it before today. Mr. Hargrave is here, the headmaster, and Miss Doyle was a teacher back then. Doesn't help us, does it? Let's open the cupboard now before someone walks in on us. It's Oscar. That's what you call having a skeleton in the closet. So, I think this is the prank, right? Have the kids done... I'm trying to think. Have the kids reversed the arms? Shouldn't the thumbs be out? Anna says, I bet she knew something about Hargrave. All right. Is there something wrong with the skeleton? Are the hands and arms reversed? Is this the prank? I wonder if we're We're told what the questionnaire is, but I wonder if we might get extra questions about it. I guess I don't know. It doesn't seem wrong, says Antina. All right, I'm just reading too much into it. Well, I mean, here we are. I think that was card 43, I'm afraid. While we're here, should we look at the class timetables? I guess we should. I don't know what they're going to tell us, though. There's not many cards left. Of all the school's timetables, only the one for today seems of interest. All right, what do we see? Everyone's got off for lunch from 12 to 1:30. So if we think she's killed at lunch, then everyone has off. How does that help us? Timetables is card 45, says Jonathan. All right, so we're going to have one more card after this. It says this is the only one that's of interest, but how do we use this? There's got to be some discrepancy between this and the diary and the various alibis. I'm afraid you might be right, but boy, that's a lot of work to go through to check everyone's alibi here. I suppose we could just pay attention to the teachers and check their alibis. A little unpleasant, though. Can we pinpoint Doyle at least? Like, that could be useful. We've been trying to figure out where Doyle would be, and this may be our first chance at that, I wonder. So Miss Doyle is what? Like, that has been my primary thing, trying to find where she would be. She's the English Lit teacher. She's the English Lit for Robinson. All right, where is our English Lit? (1:30 to 3 p.m.) That's, we were told by the girl, she never showed up. But that said, she didn't have any. Oh, and then she had a class at Barker 3. So what? She had nothing before noon? How does that help us? Ugh. Troublesome. Here's Gilbert's diary. Does it have any contradiction we should be worrying about? What have we got here? At 8 a.m., he says it's cricket practice for the Barker house. I need to put this side by side here. Sports and education. So that's consistent that he's there. And then cricket at 10. And then at noon, he's in the dining hall with Taylor. Anna says maybe the important thing to look at is she didn't have classes until after lunch, so she must have been in her office. Well, that's a good observation. Is it just useful for filling in Mylin's chart? That's a good point. Okay. But I think Anna has made a very astute observation. Anna is saying our Miss Doyle had no tasks before lunch. So wouldn't she have been in her office, which is contradictory to Anna Stark's claim of her not being in there? Which is more evidence that it's Anna Stark. Okay, so it's time. Anna says, as assumed, the girls had classes from 10, so Anna was in the office from 9:50 to 10, but why? Did she steal the collar then because Miss D was asleep, so someone else killed her later? That's not... Oh, that's interesting. That's not how I saw it, though. The way I saw it is that at 9:50 she comes in and brings her tea or something. Sleeping pills. And then she comes back to steal the cat later. At lunchtime. But they discover her dead. But it's time for us to make our second set of votes, if we have any change of opinion. We're at our 45th card. So, we still think Gilbert is innocent, right? Does anyone want to change your opinion on who's responsible for her death, or the time of death, or challenges? Like, this is the only thing we should be concerning ourselves with now. I mean, even if you're having doubts about it being Anna Stark, I don't know. I don't know who you would guess. Jonathan is ready to change his vote to Anna. Didn't really find anything to support anyone else. James says, I feel with all these timetables, the time of death or at least drugging must be earlier. Well, that was always my theory, that they drug her early in the morning. When Anna Stark first meets with her, she somehow drugs her and then leaves and then comes back at lunchtime, and she expects her to be passed out, but they find her dead instead. I suppose you could imagine a scenario where they drug her, they come in to steal the cat, they find her dead, and someone else has murdered her. And they cover it up because they blame themselves. Or similarly, the janitor finds her, but we've already figured out that he wouldn't have admitted to seeing the kids go in there if that's what he was doing. So it has to be the kids, but we don't know how they got their sleeping powder. That really troubles me. It really feels like We should know. Okay, so here's what we'll do, though. We'll take our 8-minute break here. We've been playing for 5 hours. We're in the home stretch, though. We've just got another... I mean, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's only 9 cards left. So we're taking our break. You have a couple minutes, 8 minutes, to figure out if you want to change your vote. Then we'll read the rest of the 8 cards and try to solve this case. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. This will be our final session, I suspect. Let's check in with the chat and see last words here. Jonathan Warner's having doubts now about who killed her. James says check out the chess set next. If he's lying about that, that's why he shift motives to Anna. I was saying maybe we were thinking about it wrong. We were thinking the janitor cleaned up to protect the kids, but then we were saying, well, he said he saw Anna go into the room, so why would he do that? But then maybe I'm thinking maybe we got it reversed. Maybe he's the killer and he's trying to blame the kid. Jonathan thinks it's going to be Hargrave, the headmaster, and Anna's going to be right from the start. James said, how sure are we that Doyle was drugged? Sure, she has tea, but that's all our evidence. It's more because we can't figure out the plan to get the cat's collar from a cat that never leaves Doyle's side, but we're making a leap there. It's really true. I thought we were going to find that someone took sleeping pills from the infirmary, but now not only do we see no sign of sleeping pills being ordered or purchased, but that we know that Doyle has her tea early in the morning, That's troublesome. Like, how would they even get her tea poisoned? We don't know. Although, let me come back to it. Anna says, my problem is still the bleeding head wound. You only need to clean the poker in her office. Why would you drag her body to the library? That's unrealistic. Well, okay. We are absolutely sure that she was killed in her office and brought in to the library. I think that's very clear. Then the only question is why? I mean, that's a key question. Maybe if we could find a good reason for that, we would have our culprit. I do want to point out something that I think is significant. Let me just see this for a second. So I think this is significant. We kind of overlooked this for a second. Let's worry about, Anna, let's worry about complaining about the logic of the case after it ends, rather than anticipating that we're not going to like it. So there's something significant that I think we didn't fully appreciate. It's this. Now, we looked at this card in the infirmary, looking for sleeping pills or something that they could put in her tea and drug her. Now, granted, they haven't found it, right? We didn't find any sleeping or poison. But I think we may have underappreciated one detail from this, which is okay. So, first thing is, we saw two entries here. I think it's one entry. It says Akasha Honey for Miss Doyle's daily something tea. I think this is one entry. It is one entry. You can see the line spacing. So this is a single entry that says Akasha Honey for Miss Doyle's daily something of something tea. I think you're right. I think that might say 7 o'clock. I'm not sure what it says. Okay. So I think what we might not have fully appreciated is that this is something, an ingredient that only Miss Doyle has. Which means if you wanted to doctor it, you wouldn't have to have access to it that morning or whatever. In other words, you wouldn't have to drop it into her tea right before she consumed it. You now know here's this ingredient that you can doctor at any time, and you know only she drinks it. Anna seems to be saying I've not said anything new. She says, of course it says 7 a.m. You needed to poison the tea. Taylor was in the infirmary, but James said that ages ago. Infirmary access is the caretaker, April, Taylor, maybe the headmaster. Well, if I'm not saying anything new, then it certainly I did not notice it being said very explicitly. But if we believe that's true, maybe we need to start asking other people about this list to see if we can get them to say something more about it. So we already asked him about it. Can we ask Taylor about it? We've asked April about it, right? That's the 40. That's Taylor. Right? We did ask April about it, right? Yes. And we asked the infirmary guy about it. That's 20. Is there anyone else we can ask? We can't ask Taylor about it because he won't talk to us. Is that right? I mean, Hargrave. We can't ask Hargrave about it. He won't talk to us. But he did come in the morning. Boy, it is looking more like it could be Hargrave who came in the morning rather than those two girls who didn't have access to it. I can't ask him about it, but we did ask him for his schedule and he wouldn't give it to us. We could ask him about Gilbert's death and then connect it. That would make no sense, though. Someone wanted to look at the chessboard, though. I don't think I have a better thing to do, so I think let's do that. Examine the chessboard is 6. These are our last. We can go through all of these, I guess. 6 is the chessboard. Let's see. The list of challenges is hidden beneath an exquisite chessboard. Each house had entrusted Mr. Ladovsky with its challenge without learning the challenges of the other houses. So just randomly, the challenges are under the chessboard. Let's see if it turns out that it was the rules. All right, we know about this one. We know about this one. Here are the two new ones. Lock up Oscar at Everett's. What? Oh, I see. It was the skeleton. Lock up Oscar at Everett's. Steal Shakespeare's collar and hang it around Elizabeth's neck. Okay, so they haven't done that yet. And this one they did. At Everett's. What's Everett's? What's Everett? So I was wrong about the rules. What's this part, though? Barker's House Challenge. Lock up Oscar. Oscar is the skeleton. And who's Everett? Is Everett Hargrave? Yes. Okay. So they hid the skeleton in the headmaster's office. That's the one that no one has found that they've accomplished. Okay. So they either didn't steal his collar or they just stole it and haven't managed to put it around the statue's neck. But this is useless to us. Okay. What else have we not done? We didn't ask Mai Lin, who started this whole case, about her opinions about the school staff or what happened when she surprised Gilbert. Maybe we should start there then. All right, so apparently we did ask her about when she surprised Gilbert, but we didn't ask her about the school staff. Mai Lin seems to know everything going on here. Let's ask her about the different people. The staff, our teachers, the headmaster, I really can't think of anyone who would have any reason to kill Miss Doyle. After all, she was just a grumpy old lady who was only interested in two things, Shakespeare, the playwright, and Shakespeare cat. As far as Gilbert, he's far too competitive. And Hargrave, well, he's hard and not always fair. Ladovsky, he's really nice. Taylor, he was the first person in the library. He looked really shocked by what he saw. That said, he's always exaggerating. Shakespeare, who will take care of him now? Certainly not the headmaster he almost knocked over last week. The other teachers, well, their timetables clear them completely. That's why her list is as short as it is. Okay, well, that doesn't help us, Miley. We needed some more inside information from you. I suppose we could ask him for his guilt, about what he thinks about guilt. Did we ask this guy about Miss Doyle? Yes, we did. Question him about the discovery of the crime. We did. Oh, we didn't ask him about Miss Doyle. We haven't asked him about Miss Doyle yet. I guess we should do that now. Mr. Taylor looks up at the sky with a very serious expression. Ah, Miss Doyle, lovers of the theater have lost a dear friend, nay, more than just that, sister, a mother. Then he turns to you. Yes, Claire, we are all orphans in this world. We have lost a fount of knowledge on the works of the great William Shakespeare, nothing like those so-called Shakespeare specialists, such as Alfred William Pollard or E.K. Chambers. She refused to read their books. To think that the last time I saw her alive was at breakfast. Once again, she demonstrated her legendary wit with a clever tirade on the virtues of marmalade. To say we will miss her is an understatement, my child. Okay, nothing new here. Just another confirmation that she was not in the library. She was killed in her room because she never would have read Alfred William Pollard. Not helpful, though. Just more proof that she was not in the library. She was killed in her office. Do we need to entertain the idea that she wasn't drugged, but somehow fell while they were stealing the cat? And then they just had to cover it up? I just don't see it. All right, well, we only have a couple cards left. I'm not sure. I guess we should try to find out how to get them rather than look at them. I think Melee, we did her 32 and 14. Yes, we did. Did we ask him about Gilbert's death? No. All right, let's talk to Alexander Ladovsky again. He's got some information we haven't got. We never asked for his opinion about Gilbert. Let's see what he says. Well, you must admit the evidence is not favorable to Mr. Gilbert. It was common knowledge that he and Miss Doyle didn't like each other, and he's very hot-headed. But you must try to understand him. He was a soldier, and he experienced terrible things during the war. He came to me at lunchtime very upset to see if I could save his shirt. He had just dirtied it because of the vinegar instead of wine challenge. You've been a bit hard on him, I feel. He looks at you reproachfully. Claire, as you asked, I've secretly written up the list of the challenges that houses have set for themselves. I've obviously not told any adults about it, but it might be safer to drop it for the time being. The list is under the chessboard in the infirmary. Okay, so he tells you where to find it. All right, but he's just given us a clear alibi for Gilbert and told us where he went. So remember, Gilbert drinks the vinegar, spits it out, and runs towards Doyle's office. But he didn't go to Doyle's office. he went and found our guy here and tried to get him to clean his shirt for him. All right, so that's that. Trying to find the other cards we haven't seen yet. So Hargrave and Doyle were in a class together. That doesn't really help us. Taylor is keeping the document about her trying to retire. Girl's upset. We didn't yet look at the school rules. I guess we should look at that. I thought I knew what it was. I guess we can quiz people about that. We did all that. Okay. Let's look at the school rules just because we have nothing else to do. Let's look at the complaining in the chat. If the cat's where Doyle was, looks like she and the headmaster talked or argued or something last week when the cat almost knocked over Hargrave. This kind of means he didn't set up the fake crime scene because he would just put that book out for her. Yeah, I think that's right. I just don't know, how did Anna plan to steal the cat's collar while Miss D was in the room if there was no drugging? Or on the other hand, where is the clue that proves they acquired the drug? I agree with you. That's troublesome. Okay, let's look at the school rules just because we haven't done it yet. I don't know what else to do. 49. All the pupils follow them to the letter. Mr. Hargrave personally sees to it. I will be honest, rigorous, studious. I'll follow all the instructions given by an adult. I will defend the colors of my house. I will show consideration and respect to my fellow pupils. I will be in my seat on time at the start of each class. I will take care of my equipment and that of the school. I will stand up when an adult enters the classroom. I always greet an adult when I meet them. I will not enter an adult's office without knocking and being invited in. There's exactly what we complained about Anna. Anna Stark just walking into this office with no one in there. That's fully against the rules. I will keep quiet while on school grounds. I'll respect the curfew and wake-up times. I'll be on time for meals and always finish what I've started. Yeah. I mean, that was always super suspicious about Anna. All right. So, this question about the autopsy request. What is that about? Okay, so this was actually one we were thinking about doing and we never did. She says that Hargrave doesn't want an autopsy. Remember, Hargrave is the one that had an entry in the infirmary for aspirin that morning. Like, why was he there? She says she overheard the conversation. Hargrave could have authorized it, but didn't. This could be what breaks the case wide open. Anna says, does 9 mean Misty was conscious at 9:50? I don't think it necessarily means that. It may mean that, well, she's certain, if it's true, she's lied about it. Anna Stark says no one was there when I went in. So Anna Stark is lying. She's either lying that Doyle was in there and talking to her and she gave her the tea, or she's lying that she was passed out, or she's lying, or she went in there when no one was there. So, like, she's lying no matter what. This is key. Let's find out about this. Oh boy, I think we got something going on here. Yes, Miss Harper, police have asked me if I would like an autopsy to be performed. I won't ask you where you got this information from, but I suppose we must not have been very discreet. In any case, I am not yet convinced of the need for such an undertaking. Mr. Gilbert's guilt would appear to be clear. I would require some evidence that casts doubt on this theory in order to change my mind. After yelling lines to place 2 pieces of evidence next to this card that would make Mr. Hargrave doubt the theory. This will cause him to request an autopsy. Okay, well, we know one of them. There it is. Holy cow, we can get him to do an autopsy. I did not see that coming. If we had done this in the beginning, we could have cracked this case wide open. Okay, but what's our other piece of evidence? Is this the other piece of evidence? Lay's statement? What does she say that's so weird? I saw Shakespeare running in the opposite direction. I wondered if there was a problem. I entered quietly through the north door, made my way through the rows of books. Gilbert was bent over Miss Doyle's body, trying to resuscitate her. He was doing chest compressions. What murderer would do that? Okay, so that's it. It's definitely not Hargrave, but when we tell him about these 2 statements, that these were on her desk, so obviously she didn't go in the library on her own, and Milay saw the guy doing chest compressions, that's enough to get an autopsy, but it's not Hargrave. And most importantly, Anna in the channel is stuck with us because she's not going to get promoted to another YouTube station. Okay, so 52. He's going to request his autopsy. Oh, you did well. You did well to share Miss Soon Kim's statement with me, although I don't appreciate the fact that she pretended to feel ill to leave your maths class. However, combined with the fact that Miss Doyle's glasses and shawl were not at the scene of the crime, the evidence seems to call into question Mr. Gilbert's guilt. I will contact the police immediately to request an autopsy. Given the discussion I had earlier with the medical examiner, I wouldn't be surprised if he started an autopsy without an official request. I congratulate you, Miss Harper, and will let you know when I have more information. You may draw card 46 once you have drawn at least 46 other cards. So it won't even let you do this until the 3rd tier. So actually, we didn't miss anything. We weren't allowed to do this any sooner. That's exciting. That's refreshing. So we get to see the autopsy. Clearly, it's not Hargrave, though. And is the autopsy going to say there's some poison? Now, unfortunately, we've only been on the air for 24 minutes since our last session, because this would be the perfect time to do my normal, let's take a break before we reveal. But unfortunately, I can't do it. I can't get away with it. I got to bring it out. Here it is. Examination 1921-54. Victim Agatha Doyle. Age 72 years old. Here we go. Cause of death. Severe blow to the right temple, probably caused by a hard metal object. A small amount of blood came from the wound. Victim's delicate physical state, 108 pounds at 5'5", explains why the impact to the head could be the cause of death. Time of death. Rigor mortis has barely set in, so the time of death may be placed between 1 and 2 p.m. However, the temperature of the room where the body was located may have an influence on this estimate. Victim's last meal, 1 to 3 hours before death. Toast, orange marmalade, and black tea. Other injuries, sprained right ankle, probably at the time of death. Bruise on the right shoulder, probably due to a fall at the time of death. Slight tearing of the muscles in both shoulders. So I think what we've got is our original theory that they got in there to steal the cat collar. It's just we thought they drugged her, but I think maybe they just thought they could just steal it. I think now the picture is that they were going to go in there and just not care about her and steal it right in front of her. This was our diagram. I think they were just going to come in, pretend to have a meeting, and she was going to run in and run out. Grab the cat, come out, and vacate the room with this woman screaming at her. Or is this diagram of her supposed to give us a hint that she's like sleeping? Maybe Anna Stark knows something about this woman takes naps at her desk. Either way, everything sounds right. It's just who cleaned up and moved the body if they accidentally bumped her? I think they did. I still think they did. It's not clear though, because she knows there was a witness that watched her go in, so she had to sort of pretend she died in the library, I think. But let's see, we finished with the autopsy. We only have one more thing to do. I see there's only one more card left in the entire deck. I can see it's number 44. I'm not sure how we get that card. $44. So it seems like we never questioned him about his schedule, but oh no, we did. But we didn't ask him about his opinion. That's surely going to be the thing that he thinks he did it. Mr. Gilbert's guilty. You may be taking things a bit too far, as the police have not yet shared their report. However, it's probably the case. He was found at the scene of the crime after all. Also, without going into detail, I have every reason to believe that he held a personal grudge against Miss Doyle. As you know, Miss Doyle was in delicate health. Her eyesight was failing. She had more and more trouble getting around and was sensitive to the slightest chill. But her mind was still sharp as ever, and if she noticed even the slightest misbehavior, she would take you to task. Miss Doyle had high standards and spared no one. Actually, I seem to remember her telling me a number of times about your rather, adventurous behavior. Isn't that right, Miss Harper? Okay. That's it. We've seen all the cards. Okay, so let's talk. We have our last chance to change our opinions about anything. So we've seen everything. Shakespeare's tears or Shakespeare's tears. Okay, let's talk. Let's go to the chat and talk. Who cleaned up and moved the body if they accidentally bumped her? It's a pure accident. You just bump someone. Think about it. They were pulling a prank to steal the cat, and the old woman falls and dies. Like, they think they're going to get in trouble. They think they're going to... I mean, they are going to get in trouble. They caused this lady's death. It wasn't on purpose, but they went in to pull a prank to get the cat. The cat freaked out. It woke up our woman. What she did was she tried to come around her desk and catch the kids, and she fell. Assuming she wasn't drugged, she came out around her desk and fell and hit her head. She hit her head on that little spike is what she did in her office. The little fireplace, whatever you call it, like a little cornice piece. She hit her head on that is what happened. And it was an accident, but they were going to get in huge trouble. They panicked. They figured someone saw them come in here, and they pulled the body into the library. hoping that someone, I don't know, maybe they weren't even thinking it fully out at that point. So the janitor lied that only Anna went in. I don't think so. I agree with James. I think he told the truth. I don't like it, but I think the game's going to say it was solely Anna and she used Suzanne for an alibi only. I think it's going to be, it's either that or Anna went in by herself and the woman died and then she went and got Suzanne to help her. Because there was something about Suzanne's blouse had something on it, and they were seen coming back from lunch together. So I don't think they made up the alibi completely. I think Suzanne got roped into helping. That's my theory. Let's get out our culprits here. Let's get out our Anna Stark. She looks a little too happy with herself. Like, she should be feeling a little nervous, if you ask me. And there's her helper. All right. Well, how about Jonathan's original theory? If we look at our people, there's Anna Stark, right? There's Suzanne Perry, the helper, who got bullied into it. And there's the burnt cloth. Can we catch our girl not wearing something she should wear? Where's our girl here? So there's Suzanne Perry. She seems to have all her clothing, so that's not really very helpful for us. What about Anna Stark? Does she have some missing item of clothing? Not particularly, but they all have uniforms. It's easy to replace one with the other. All right, well, they do catch the two of them coming back from lunch together, so I think she got her to help her in some way. All right, what's it going to be? James says it's still a dead body. I can see why they'd panic. Anna's pretending she loves Miss Doyle. Everyone hated her, not me. I think she was a good teacher. Look what she says. Let's read her statement. Yes, I went to see Miss Doyle to try to make up for the bad mark I got on the last test. So I got one bad mark. Doesn't that ever happen to you? Miss Doyle wasn't in her office. Maybe she was already in the library. Shakespeare wasn't there either. And you know how that cat follows her like a shadow. Even Mr. Hargrave can't stop Miss Doyle from taking him to class. So she takes him with her everywhere. Miss Doyle stood up to everyone, even the headmaster. He wasn't so sure of himself around her. What about your timetable, Harper? No one is asking you, of course. Then she says, you think you're smarter than the police? I was in class all morning. Do you think you can have marks like mine if you don't pay attention? The only time I was late was at lunch, I admit. The nosy Snoop Somerset noticed, and I bet she came right to you. I was with Suzanne Perry's head of Lanier House. I have to help my friends when they need me. I went with her because she had to change her blouse. She'd stained it with ink during history. Hey, I'll bet that timetable is going to disprove that. Where's our timetable? But still, like, she's already lying about her 9:50 visit in this statement. Can we prove that it was wrong that she was helping this woman after history? Let's see. Where's history? No, that's Barker House history. So yeah, we caught her in a lie. Look at that. I caught her in her last lie. Take a look. Our girl Suzanne and Anna Stark are in Lanier House. But look at the schedule. Lanier House has theater before lunch. Only Barker House has history before lunch. So when our little Anna Stark says that she helped Suzanne Perry as the head of Lanier House, and she went to help Suzanne because she had to change her blouse. She'd stained it with ink during history. It's a lie. Lanier House had theater before lunch. Only Barker House had history. So we've caught her in yet another lie, and we actually made use of this. That's pretty pleasing, don't you think? What do you guys think about that? Anyone want to burst my bubble and tell me I'm reasoning wrong about that? Maybe she's really Arya Stark. That's why she's so good at murder. Yeah, it is. It does feel like a reference to Arya Stark. But James says I'm right. All right. We've got our culprits. We're going to lay them out here for the police to catch. Let's get all of our evidence in line so we can call the police on them. Okay, there's Anna Stark and full of lies. There's the timetable that proves the lie. There's Suzanne Perry, who's going to fold like a wet towel once the police confront her. And last, we need the evidence that she never would have left her room. And we want the evidence that helped get the autopsy, which didn't help us, right? The autopsy didn't help us, right? But what did help us was Milei's statement. Okay. James says the timetable thing, along with Milei's chart, is actually quite a good red herring. It's not about the times so much. All right, are we ready to solve this? Where's our voting sheet? Do we have any changes? Because if we don't and we're right, we're going to get the highest possible score. But we could be wrong on something here. We could be misunderstanding. I'm a little troubled by this. Could we have the rigor mortis reversed? And we know she went into the... It's weird because we do need to figure something out, don't we? We know Anna Stark went into her office at 9:50 a.m. And then we know she's late to return to lunch at noon. So my question is, do we think that she snuck in at 9:50 Our Miss Doyle is in her office at 9:50, right? Because she's got nothing else to do. So doesn't that mean when Anna went in at 9:50, Doyle was already there? But then why is she also there at noon? That's the part I'm still a little confused about. Is our theory that Anna goes in at 9:50, leaves, and comes back at noon to move the body? Is our theory that Anna's in there the whole time from 9:50 to noon? That seems unlikely. Does she give us our timetable? Do we assume she's giving her sleeping stuff that we just never encountered at 9:50? I'm still a little bit confused about that part. Anna says they killed her at 9:50, then at lunch break went back to drag the body to the library. That's certainly possible, but then what's our theory of the rigor mortis? Is it that we got it reversed, that the warm room makes it look like it happened at 1 p.m. when it really happened at 10 a.m.? Did we get it reversed? That would be the explanation for that. That she actually died at 9:50, and somehow the warm room puts the time of death 2 hours. It gets it wrong by going 2 hours in the future? I think Anna says after her death still stole the collar. I don't think that's right. I think the cat escaped, went to the theater room where one of the students took the collar and got scratched up in the process. So I think that might have happened afterwards. Either way, though. Is it possible that Anna is more cold-blooded than we think, and she's actually gone to talk about her grade, and the discussion didn't go well, so she hit her with the poker and killed her? Not by accident. So I'm afraid that we're going to have gotten the timeline completely wrong. I'm afraid we're going to find out that she died at 10 a.m. and the warm room kept her body warm. That's going to be it. We're going to have gotten that wrong. That's a shame. That feels a little unfair. Like, how are we supposed to have figured that out? It could have been explained to us. All they needed to do is have the autopsy say a cold room made it look like she died, could make it look like she died more recently. So I think what it's going to turn out is that the warm room made it look like she was alive longer. And so she really died. Well, Anna, I think that's the part that we may have gotten wrong. Anna's saying, the cold will delay the rigor, the heat will heat up. That's what I thought, but I looked it up. All right, so I'd like to get confirmation on this. Are you saying, Anna, that we were right with our original theory that her being in a warm room would make her death look more recent, closer to the 2 p.m.? And that's why we said 1 p.m.? Or are we afraid now that the warm room actually keeps her body warm, and so it's going to disguise the fact that she was killed earlier? That's what I'm now worried about. I'm now worried that she was actually killed at 10 a.m. and the warm room made it look like she wasn't killed until 2 p.m. But Antina says warm room accelerates decomposition. Yes, that's what we all assumed, but maybe that's completely separate from rigor mortis. Like maybe warm room escalates decomposition, but delays rigor mortis. It says something about it in the beginning. Well, it certainly says something about the cold room, but it's very ambiguous about it. It clarifies it in the autopsy. Let's look. Let's read. Rigor mortis has barely set in, so time of death may be placed between 1 and 2 p.m. However, the temperature of the room where the body was located may have an influence. What about last meal? 1 to 3 hours before death. Well, there's our confirmation that she was killed earlier, right there, right? There's our confirmation that she was dead early, because we know when she had breakfast, it was like 8 a.m. So actually, this tells us she must have died early, like at 11. Unless she had an additional meal. Yeah, that feels really quite a bit unfair to me. Anna says the game authors are not very bright. I would not say it that way, but I do think this is unfair. Here it says from 7 to 8, they had breakfast. So if she had breakfast at 8, and the last meal was 3 hours before death, I think that means she died at that 10 or 11 a.m. That's unfortunate. So I think we're going to change our answer here, right? We're going to change our time of death to 10 a.m. in protest. I really do feel that that's unfair. Anna agrees. The game thinks it's 10. Jonathan says, yep, 10. That's a protest answer, though. I really feel like we knew that that was an issue. We took it into consideration. We used our logic. And if the game didn't want us to do internet searches, then I'm not sure, Anna. I'm not ready to sign on to that. If that's true, then we'll give ourselves the full points. Also, don't forget, let's just work this out for a second. We're changing this based on the fact that she had breakfast at 8. The other possibility is that Anna walked in with some cake and tea at 10 a.m., gave her a new meal, 11, 12, 1, she dies. So maybe we shouldn't change our 10 to 10 a.m. Maybe Anna has brought her in some tea and crumpets. Where's our internet search? This game seems unfair to... You can't see this yet. This game seems unfair to be asking us to do internet search, but let's see. What we want to ask is, does Warm room. Well, what are we really asking? I don't think knowing whether it speeds up or slows down rigor mortis helps us, does it? Because all the cops are saying is that a cold room could influence their estimate. They're not saying whether it would speed up or slow it down. If they assume it's a... Did they even say that rigor mortis has set in? Let me see that thing. I mean, we might be ready to just read this solution, but let me see. Rigor mortis has barely set in. Has barely set in. Okay, so does a warm room speed up rigor mortis? Warm conditions speed up the onset and pace of rigor mortis. Cold temperatures slow it down. If someone dies in freezing temperature, rigor mortis can last for days. Warm conditions speed it up. So he said that rigor mortis has barely set in. Rigor mortis has barely set in, so time of death is here. But if the warm room sped it up, then it has to be closer to 1 p.m. And Tina says, Jesse, are you afraid that what will show up in your internet history? It's true. It's going to be troublesome. I'm more concerned about the searching of the little girls' beds than I am about searching for rigor mortis. Okay, I'm not going back to 10 a.m. It can't be. Not according to this. As I agree, we all agree that the game may mean 10 a.m. But this seems to say that rigor mortis is barely set in. So if it was in a warm room, it would have sped up. So it would have set in even more. So I think we got to stick with 1 p.m. and come up with the theory that they brought her food. All right, you ready to look at the answer? Who's ready to look at the answer? And it's time to give your final vote. So now you actually have an interesting final vote to make. You've got a real challenge now. I think we're agreeing with most of this, but who wants to change their 1 p.m.? I'm not going to change it. I'm not going to change mine. I agree. It really seems like the game wants us to guess 10. But wait, how did we say 1? If she's late to lunch, why didn't we say noon? I'm a little confused why we didn't say noon. What was our reasoning for everyone? Anna says the game wants 10. Jonathan says the game wants 10. But why did we say James says the game wants 10? Okay, but why did we say 1 p.m. and not noon? Isn't lunch at noon? Aren't they late at 12:15? How could it possibly be 1 p.m. if they're... Like, I'm trying to understand why we didn't say... Standing over the body at 2 p.m. She was there at 1:30. Why did we not say noon? Someone please remind me why we didn't say noon. We guessed a warm room. That's why we moved it up. Because the warm room... He said the earliest it could be was noon. Warm room would have pushed it up to 1. But I mean, if these kids get back from lunch at 12:30, then obviously it wasn't at 1. God, that's weird. I mean, 1 seems impossible now. I don't understand. How could we have voted for the girls at 1 p.m.? That doesn't... Didn't we know from the start that they came back from lunch? Well, they came back late, I guess. But what's their lunchtime? Sorry to belabor this, but this is really troubling to me. I mean, it's all troubling, but I really want to understand at least what my logic is. Okay, their lunch is to 1:30. All right. They're late to lunch. All right. So I guess our theory is... Ugh, I'm very unhappy with all of that. Feels like it should be noon, at least. It was the rigor mortis then. All right, I guess I'm saying that I guess I'm going to just complain about the time of death, but we'll see what the game tells us. All right. We've tried our best. Let's take our break. We'll take our break. We'll come back in 8 minutes and we'll solve the case, read the solution, and do a little bit of review and complain, etc. I'll see you in 8 minutes. 5 a.m. here in Champaign, Illinois. We're ready to solve this case. I am agonizing over this time of death. I don't understand. I'd like to go back in time and watch our reasoning why we got 1 p.m. I guess we just thought the autopsy logically brought us to 1 p.m., which was rational reasoning about the autopsy. But if our people are coming back from lunch late, maybe we didn't know that information yet. All right, but I am going to change my guess for 10 a.m. Anna is complaining, saying I'm done with this case. I'm done with this game. I remember how angry I was at the first box. All right, well, let's read the solution. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We've laid out the evidence to catch our girl. Let's read the solution together. We'll have to do some research on this rigor mortis thing and see if anyone posts any points about it, any comments about it. Everyone is on the record, I assume, from the group about time of death. I'm changing it to 10. I'm not happy. If it's noon, I'm going to be very angry at myself. It's like repeating history of last time. It can't be 1, though. So, before I read this, what is our theory of the death now? Because my original theory was that they had to drug her. Like, what I want to understand is, okay, so at 10 a.m. she dies, and then at noon they come back to move the body. That's right? That's our theory? Because our girl Anna couldn't have been in that room from 10 to noon. They would have noticed her missing from class. But if that's our theory, isn't it just as likely that they drugged her at 10 and then came back at noon and found her dead? these are our two alternative theories. I'm really sorry to belabor this point, but one theory is that Anna walked in at 9:50, and what? How does the woman die? She just trips when Anna tries to steal the cat? But why would she trip at the fireplace, if that's our theory? But that has to be your theory, right? That Anna comes in at 10, tries to steal the cat, the woman chases her, and falls. And then they come back at noon. Maybe she doesn't bleed out till noon. But there's not that much blood, so that couldn't have been it. Okay, so James says, I don't think there's any drugging anymore. There's no evidence for it. You're right. They just go for the cat collar. She chases them and falls over. That would make her dead at 10. Yeah, I mean, and then they come back. Maybe they hope she's not dead, but she is. Is it possible it took her time to die? She hits her head, but she doesn't quite die? If we change this to 10 a.m. because we anticipate the game designers don't understand rigor mortis, but then the answer is like 11 a.m. or noon, how do we live with ourselves? Like, we're wrong because we assume the designers made a mistake. That's the worst feeling. That's the worst feeling, to be wrong because you assumed the game designers made a mistake. That is the most dangerous meta thinking. Aren't we better off assuming that the game designers did the right thing? I can't do it. I can't guess 10 a.m. just because I think the game designers got it wrong. I have to change it to noon. I still think I have to change it to noon from 1 because that doesn't, the 1 p.m. doesn't make sense. Unless she was still alive and that's why the guy was giving her CPR. Anna says no evidence points to 10 a.m. Last meal was 3 hours before death, so it has to be 10 a.m. Oh, I just hate this. This is killing me. All right. The only thing I can live with is I'm going to leave it at 1 p.m. I'm back to 1 p.m. again. And now I'm thinking in my mind that they went to her at noon. She was still breathing. So they brought her to the library, hoping she would be found and survive. And that's why they brought her. Okay, makes no sense, but that's the only thing I can go for. Otherwise, I can't live with myself. Okay, because of the rigor mortis. Here we go. It's okay. Everyone's on the record, right? You've all got your votes. You're all voting for 10 a.m. You're all voting for 10 a.m. The rigor mortis completely, either the designers got it wrong or we have interpreted it wrong. But at least I'm going to give you my coherent theory, even though there's no evidence for it, which is at 10 a.m., Anna comes in. She gives her some tea, which is pulled with sleeping drugs, and they come back at noon to steal the cat, and they find that she has walked over to the fireplace and passed out. All right, that's it. I don't love it, but that's my theory. Everyone else is 10 a.m. I don't disagree with 10 a.m. I just can't live with myself. Okay, here we go. Question 1. Is Mr. Gilbert innocent? Yes, Mr. Gilbert is innocent. In fact, you must have convinced Mr. Hargrave by providing him with 2 key pieces of evidence. First, Maylin's statement, which indicates that she saw Mr. Gilbert trying to revive Miss Doyle. That would be rather unusual behavior for a murderer. Second, Miss Doyle's glasses and shawl were found in her office and not in the library. While this last clue does not directly clear Mr. Gilbert, it does point to the fact that the murder did not take place in the library, as Miss Doyle could not read without her glasses. We figured all that out. This is to be expected given her advanced age, and it's also confirmed by Mr. Hargrave. There are several other clues that Miss Doyle died elsewhere. In the library, the fireplace was not lit and the window was open. Miss Doyle was known to be very sensitive to the cold. In addition, the open book is by Alfred William Pollard. Miss Doyle refused to read anything by that author. Finally, the medical examiner indicates that there is slight tearing on Miss Doyle's shoulders. We can thus deduce that Miss Doyle's body was moved. If Mr. Gilbert is guilty, what is his motive? Although he was caught smoking on school grounds by Miss Doyle, we figured that out, this would not be strong enough motive to murder her. In any case, Mr. Gilbert is innocent. Okay, here we go. If Mr. Gilbert is innocent, who was responsible for Miss Doyle's death? And here we've got a statement that Anna picked up on. You will note that the question as formulated does not presuppose the existence of a murderer. That's because there was no murderer. Miss Doyle's death was accidental. However, 2 people could be cited as the cause of Miss Doyle's death. Shakespeare and Anna Stark. Okay, so she did, well, let's see. As part of the challenges between the houses, Lanier House had to gain possession of Shakespeare's collar. Anna's plan was simple. Go to Miss Doyle's office, pretend she needed to look for something in the storeroom where Shakespeare always sleeps, leaving Miss Doyle sitting at her desk so as not to be seen. Anna would simply have to take the cat's collar, slip it under her jumper. Anna decided to attempt to get the collar at the break. She knocked on the door and entered the office after being invited in, as specified in the rules. So this was the theory that Jonathan had, that she couldn't have gone in without the rules, even though she can lie up a storm, I guess. Indicated by Mr. Wadowski. There she spoke with Miss Doyle and made up an excuse to go into the storeroom. What? But in addition to his bad habit of winding his way around just about everyone's legs, Shakespeare is a shy cat who does not let people approach him easily. He did not make things easy for Anna, as the overturned basket shows. Drawn by the noise coming from the storeroom, Miss Doyle approached. That's when Shakespeare scratched Anna and ran away. As he fled, he crashed into Miss Doyle's legs, causing her to lose her balance and fall. Miss Doyle was having a harder time getting around, and the floor had recently been waxed throughout the school. Miss Doyle was too close to the fireplace. Her head hit the iron supports inside. The impact was fatal. Other after effects of the fall were noted by the medical examiner. A twisted ankle, a bruise on the shoulder. We got all that about the fall. We just didn't get... In a panic, Anna left the office and returned to the classroom. She staunched the bleeding from Shakespeare's scratch with her handkerchief. Okay. So she did get the collar at that point. It wasn't until later that she decided to move the body so no one would tie it to her. Worried she would not be able to do it alone, Anna dragged the shyest and most easily influenced at the school into her mess, Suzanne Perry. During the break before lunch, they moved Miss Doyle's body to the library. To make it look like she was attacked in the library, Anna knocked over the chair, placed a book about Shakespeare on the table, then wiped the iron supports in Miss Doyle's office clean, threw the rag she used into the fire. Anna and Suzanne then went straight to the dining hall, but got there a little late without really agreeing on their alibis. Okay. State the time of death. Miss Doyle died during the break between 9:45 and 10 a.m. This clears Mr. Gilbert and Mr. Taylor as they were supervising the break at the time. Although the medical examiner gave his initial oral findings, he had warned that the room's temperature could alter his initial analysis. His written report is more complete and accurate. He indicates her last meal was 1 to 3 hours before her death, and the meal consisted of toast, orange marmalade, and black tea. That should have clued me in that my theory of them giving her poison didn't work. This is what Miss Doyle eats for breakfast. Okay, this should have locked in the 10 a.m. As Miss Doyle is extremely punctual, it was very surprising that her last meal was not lunch. So she must have died before she could eat her lunch. We must therefore conclude Miss Doyle died between 1 and 3 hours after breakfast, i.e. between 8 a.m. and 11 a.m. The timetables of the various suspects must have then been verified with this in mind. How many challenges were completed? 2. Replacing Mr. Gilbert's wine with vinegar and locking Oscar the skeleton in Everett, the headmaster's house. We got that right. Robinson's house did not complete its challenge. The rowing trophy is still in the library. As for the Lanier house challenge, it was only half finished because Anna did get Shakespeare's collar, but it is not on the statue. Challenge will probably never be completed. Your score. Okay, so between 16 and 25. So let's see. The group got, most of you changed to 10 a.m. So you would have gotten 5 points, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 23. Whereas I don't get these, so I got 20. So 20 or 23, depending on who you want to go with. Either way, it puts us in this category here. After you have informed Headmaster Hargrave, he will call Anna and Suzanne's parents. A few weeks later, the girls will leave the school. Anna will give you one last reproachful look. Okay. So, interesting. Let us take our... Well, let's sit here in silence for a couple minutes. I'll listen to your thoughts. Let me see if I can put together my thoughts. I mean, it's been 6.5 hours almost playing this game. And I do have some thoughts. Well, let's hear your thoughts. James said, I enjoyed it. Jonathan Warner says, I overall feel pretty mixed on this experience, but I'll say that this case just did not gel with me much at all. I like Jesse's theory better where they drugged her to feel more responsible. They overcomplicate things a bit. Anna's plan to get the collar was rubbish, you know. This is such a tough game for me. Anna says, this game system is good. They need better writers. And Tina says, wasn't paying much attention, but seems nice. Don't let the time thing spoil the whole experience. If it was too easy, there would be complaints. It's just, it's so weird. It's such a strange experience that this is very similar to my experience with this first box. And it's sort of confounding. It's hard to wrap my head around it. I mean, we play so many of these games. And for some reason, this one sort of misfires for us. All right. Well, let me try to give some thoughts. I mean, maybe I won't. I'll try to keep it fairly short because I'm going to play the rest of the games in this box, and we'll see. But the system is sound. The art on the cards is evocative. It's fun to meet and talk to these people. The use of these extra documents, like this school yearbook with all these different people you can talk to, the floor plan, which adds the spatial element. It's all kind of fun. And I mean, these cards, these oversized cards are really quite enjoyable. Like, it's enjoyable to find evidence and talk to people and occasionally link things up. And the idea, I just think this is such a brilliant idea of letting you guess early and then guaranteeing you see everything. Is so rewarding because it makes you worry about efficient use of your time, gives you a chance to prove that your instincts are right. So on a 6.5-hour game where we really spent some time debating and chewing, which is what Jonathan is saying here, with some good discussions and some very subtle things that took us a while to pick up on, like the lie about the alibi and the smart decision about who to ask to find about what pranks got completed. So some things really worked. Although I do think Anna sort of sums up one of the problems here. One of the problems is that the writers of the case, there's something not quite right about it. It's like it needs someone else to make it more believable. I don't even know if more believable is the right word. There's a little bit of a disconnection here between how much evidence we expect for something to be proven or not. And these games seems like it's really pushing on the other end of the scale in terms of giving you just the bare minimum to prove something. And then on other cases, like the lies of Anna, it's like doubling down, tripling down. It gave us like so much reason to doubt her, but so little explanation of what really happened. And that's just weird. And of course, the whole core, I mean, we got everything right except for the timeline. We got everything right early except for the timeline. And then part of our struggle with the timeline is something that feels like it's completely wrong. I mean, let's not skip over that. Do we not at this point still believe that the rigor mortis assumptions are completely backwards? I mean, we could be wrong about that, but am I not correct in saying that our current reading is that the authors completely messed up the effect of a warm room on rigor mortis? Their theory is that the body, she was killed at 10, left in a warm room until almost when it was found, And then the medical examiner says the earliest she could have died is noon because she's in a cold room. And I think our conclusion from research, which you shouldn't have to do, is that that's completely backwards. That if she was killed and left in a warm room for 2 hours, rigor mortis should be substantially advanced, which would cause the medical examiner to say she must have died at 9 a.m. for her rigor mortis to be so advanced in a cold room. So, I mean, that's a big complaint. If we're right, the authors have completely fouled the key part of this mystery. That's reason enough to be angry. But maybe we're wrong. I do think also that's part and parcel of the complaint here. It's not, even if the authors had gotten it right, it feels like a misjudgment in writing these cases to not have the medical examiner explain that. I mean, what's the idea here? What's the philosophy of the game designers here? Do they expect us to do internet research on rigor mortis and cold rooms? If not, then the medical examiner should explain that a cold room slows rigor mortis, and thus my time estimate will look one way, and if it was a warm room, it would look another way. And if they expect us to do internet research, they should tell us. The fact that they've possibly gotten it completely backwards shows the danger of that. Jonathan says, did the solution clarify if the bloody handkerchief was from another student trying to take the collar off the cats, or did it imply that Anna kept the handkerchief but got a rag and burned it? The game explained that Anna got the collar, cut her hand, used the handkerchief on her hand, and then dropped it in her desk drawer, but used some different cloth to clean the blood on the fireplace and burn that. So, yeah, I mean, I think this is a little bit of another problem with the game that I've complained about when the first box. Like, there are so many other little cartoonish details that the game leaves completely unexplained until the end. Like, there's no evidence of it. Like, the cat jumped, ran under his owner's legs, and then the owner tripped. It just seems a little far-fetched to not give us any evidence on that. However, I mean, I have to cut them some slack because I'm on the record as saying I would rather have a hard game with confusing, unresolved puzzles that make us spend 6 hours working on it than I would have a game where everything is super obvious right up front. So I can't be too hard on it. It's still a fun experience. I'll still play more of these. I will say that this does feel like a more enjoyable case than the 3 I played by myself. Having a group to chew on things and argue and debate made it, and taking it more seriously. I took it more seriously this time than I did when I played it before, and that is beneficial. Anna says it's not just the rigor mortis thing, but the mildly bleeding, fatal head wound, dragging the body with any trace or witnesses, the police being cartoonishly ignorant. Anna says no, don't want it. Jonathan Warner says, seems like a game you and Greg would like playing. You could debate the case and have your optimization move debate. It's true. Greg tends to like those things. I don't know if... It's interesting, you know, this is a good example. The best of these mystery cases we play, like the Sherlock Holmes, have a case where the facts seem impossible to reconcile. And all of the debate is, how can we possibly reconcile the facts? one of the flaws here is that this is in the opposite direction. There were lots of theories we could come up with for how she actually died, what accident occurred, and the game wanted us to figure out one solution, but there were lots of different weird ones, and yeah, but on the other hand, you could see I was still debating about the 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. and I thought, okay, I came up with a theory that they brought her tea and something else, but you could see that was a mistake because the autopsy report did say her last meal was the marmalade and stuff. So really, I should have known that they couldn't have given her more food and drink. I just couldn't let go of the idea that she couldn't have actually died until later because of the rigor mortis. So my theory was that she fell down, but she didn't quite die yet. And maybe that was why they dragged her to the library. Instead, the game had some different idea. Well, it was our original idea that she didn't want to be associated with the room. Another complaint I had with the original suspect box is that a lot of these options of what to do, there was no way to predict what you would see. And so it was kind of like one of these choose your own adventures where there was no good way to choose what to do. I still think that's a complaint for this system, but didn't feel as bad here. Didn't feel as egregious, pretty minor. I mean, there were cases like, should we look at the statue? All right, let's look at it. Maybe it'll break open the case wide open. Maybe it won't. We went into a classroom and it's like, there's a desk drawer, this. Is it important? There's no way to know. You just have to open those things and look at them. But on the other hand, you've got a little bit of control to go to the places you think are going to be most useful. And in this case, that was reasonably done. I think I have one more complaint, and then we'll sign off here. My other complaint is a much more subjective one, and it has to do with this chart here. We've seen these alibi motive timeline charts before in games, and they normally look like this. They normally look like, here's the different people, and do they have a timeline alibi? So you've got one row, you're checking it. Okay, they've got a timeline for the murder. They've got a timeline for the murder. They don't have a timeline, so they're suspicious. They don't have a timeline, they're suspicious. Then what's the motive? This was too much. Like, I think the reason this chart isn't filled out is because we balked at this. There's too many details, too many little things. We said we're not going to do it. We can't do it. We think the murder happened around here. We can't go through the work to fill out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 50 things. We weren't going to do it. And you could get one wrong, a little bit wrong. It was just too much work. This is too much. To ask players to keep track of every possible hour that every possible person, it was too much. But that's a subjective thing. Your group might be different. Maybe that would be fun for you and you'd do a better job. Maybe if it was your dividing labor. But for me, it's too much. And it says, my students write similar stories, lots of details and logic in some things, but blatant mistakes or ignoring important facts in others. Game designers shouldn't make these mistakes. I think I can't really disagree with that, Anna. I think that seems to be a flaw in this group of people who are writing this game. It's almost like they're blinded to their blind spots in these cases. And if you had more of a team working on it and saying, hey, you've got to fill in this, you've got to find a reason why this couldn't have happened this way, it feels like it's almost skipped that step. And one person has blind spots to this stuff. And it's a shame it doesn't get fixed. But that could be a subjective thing. All right, let's end it here. Look. Any game that gives us 7 hours of debate and discussion and argument It really is enjoyable. I appreciate you guys in the channel sticking with me for so long. And I asked for help in evaluating the game, and I really do appreciate that you guys have, in a full-throated way, given me that help. It sounds like Anna is out after this one, which I appreciate. But we're going to be playing tomorrow. Another case, another 6 hours. I don't know. But we like to, when we find the dead horse, we like to make sure it's really dead. So we're going to stick it out tomorrow. James, it was great having you in the channel. Lots of good insight. I don't think anyone gets MVP for today's session. I hope some of you can join me tomorrow. If you can't, it's understandable. A pleasure. Thank you for your feedback. For those of you who do want to join me, I'll be playing again at 11 p.m. tonight, Saturday, in what? 12 plus 4 hours, 16 hours. So get some sleep. I'll see some of you tomorrow. Case 2.